sad sam ispravio.
Znači, ja samo copy-paste ove dvije stvari. Čim se jebeno učita, jer se cijeli put čitava rad stranice po stranici. Samo sam htio ali nešto proposal unutra. Napokon. Ja, ovo tu sve. Kurac. Što sam to ovako zanimljivo?
Baš.
Kako ljudi mogu raditi ozbiljno koristim ulogu za animaciju?
Don't know. Sounds like a damn problem. Ja sam transcendovao Mortal Plane, ja čak ne koristim ni dots, ni Word.
Svaki čovjek. Kako pišeš seminare?
Nema ovo.
Why is it not the font it should be? Yeah, but
Okay, guys. So, I did before, when we do have a quorum, we still do the roll call. Meaning that who's not here, well, it sounds like a bad problem. Also, I have maybe two announcements. First one being, I would ask every NC that has two representatives to organize themselves in a way that there's only one representative at the table, and the other is behind sitting on a chair. You may ask, why are we doing this? Mainly to reduce noise, pollution in this room, and also to make more space for the people actually at the table. Yeah, also take out the placards from your envelope. Show me the actual placard that you have.
Oh, in that case, I'm actually one.
Okay, show me the line responses. Okay, green and red one. Okay, go.
ajmo. Da.
So yeah, I hope you had fun last night, and I hope that the energy will be carried over to this day. We'll have a productive day, and that we will be on time with everything, meaning that we will try to be as efficient as possible. And now we will do the roll call soon.
As soon as we switch to the top, which is BNC. Let's start counting here. We are doing the update to the policy, right? I will put them as votes to GB updates. With the roll call.
Okay, Albania. Yeah, so when we call the NC, just say present. Armenia. Austria. Azerbaijan. Belarus. Belgium. Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bulgaria. Croatia. Cyprus. Czech Republic. Denmark. Finland. France. North Macedonia. Georgia. Germany. Greece. Ireland. Italy. Kosovo. Latvia. Lithuania. Luxembourg. Moldova. Netherlands. Norway. Poland. Portugal. Romania. Russia. Serbia. Slovakia. Slovenia. Spain. Sweden. Switzerland. Turkey. Ukraine. United Kingdom. We have a quorum.
We have 31 NCs present.
Also, we don't have the
PowerPoint. Yeah, we will have it in a second. The projector is it projector on? Oh, grazie. Can you turn on the projector?
I mean, I would want to.
Is there a, it's the, oh no. There should be like a big button for it. Plug in the first place?
No.
Plug in. Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Probably. Okay, we will take care of the projector. Or there's another one which is or yes, we have power. Yeah, usually when things are not working, always check if they're plugged in. Okay, it's green. I don't hear the motor, but it's blinking. Yeah, we're good.
We good?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Thank you. Don't go further away. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's okay. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, welcome to the third day of the BNC. The first agenda item today is one from the, well, proposed by the governing body, is the 28th agenda item, update of the policy on the selection of IS officials, event safe person selection. The spokesperson is Jarne, and you can find it on page 58 of the meeting booklet. And the Jarne. So if you're ready, whenever you're ready.
Let me check if it's duplicating the thing. Okay, my laptop is set up correctly for showing the thing. I'll like replug it, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. So I think we can start without the presentation. So Jarne.
The policy of the selection of international sessions officials prescribes how and on the basis of what criteria we select our chairs, meeting members for international sessions. In 2019, the role of event safe person was created, and it has become now a role that is present at every event almost in our network. But this policy hasn't really grown with that development. So this is just a very procedural policy proposal of including the event safe person in the IS policy that prescribes the selection of IS officials. A little bit of here's how IS has been adopted in the past. For example, at Ljubljana 2021 or Novi Sad 2022, the event safe person was just an organizer who had been designated as event safe person of the event. Then in Riga and Fortnite, 3 event safe persons were invited together with the National Organizing Committee and the Safe 14 and the International Safe Person. And then for Tromsø, it was the first time that we opened the call for event safe persons for the IS, and they were selected by the NFP, HOs, and the International Office in consultation with the IFC. And now that we have piloted that, we're making that. We're proposing to make that in policy. And this is, of course, because we are an open and a democratic organization, so open calls according to predefined criteria is something that we preferably do for a lot of roles that we have. And this is the proposal. It also includes the list of criteria, so maybe it's going to take a little time to check it out instead of me reading them all out. All right, I think.
Okay. So, if any NC has a statement regarding agenda item number 28, please raise your placards. I see only one, meaning that for the first statement of today, we are going to Sweden.
Sweden? Yes.
To start off, we would like to thank the governing body for writing and presenting this proposal to the BNC. EWP student is delighted to see the progress and knowledge, the knowledge and interest around the position of ESPing is making our networks events. and now the implementation of open calls and applications and selections for international sessions, with Tromsø being the first IS having calls for ESP. So a big thank you to everyone involved in this development. Nevertheless, we have some concerns about the policy proposal on the selection of ESPs regarding the composition of the ESP selection panel, so the said clause 28. One of our concerns is the number of people involved in the selection process of it. According to this policy, this is a member of the NOC, the president of the session, the ESPs of the previous second international session, the NSP, the ISP. Counting people, this represents a minimum of 5 people, if not more, and if more, if other ESPs join. We understand that having an experienced selection panel composed of many EY peers brings a lot of trust and decisions to the decisions taken. Still, we would also like to point out that generally, the more people involved, the less efficient and harder decision-taking it becomes. If there is no team leader taking a final stance on an application, how well can a panel arrive at an accord, assuming it's a flat decision-making between everyone involved? Speaking about ESP. Another concern of ours is the presence of the session president in the selection panel. This is firstly due to the potential bias that they could experience towards some applicants, but also to their knowledge or experience on how to select international session ESPs. At the last BNC, we discussed the synchronizing of academic and media selection panels, aiming, amongst others, to bring media and academics to an equal attention and importance level. The BNC showed strong interest in going down that road, so it is with that in mind that we would like to ask for clarification as to why a session president should be involved in the selection panel, where an editor or even theoretically HOs will not be involved. ESPs being part of the leadership, we don't think they should be selected by someone within the leadership itself, as it might create hierarchy problems, specifically as, for example, a chair will make me feel uncomfortable talking ESP, given that their team leader selected the ESP. In addition, as mentioned in the history of the proposal, a president has never been part of an IS selection ESP selection panel in the past. So we would like to ask as well for clarification regarding the implementation of something that has never really been done. We don't think this is procedural. Finally, we would like to note that according to clause 8 of the same policy, an IS applicant can only be considered eligible if they have at least one valid evaluation. This cannot be applicable to ESPs yet, or maybe in the future, but there is no mention of an exception to this rule in the proposed policy. Hence, we wonder if this is something that should be mentioned in the policy or not. We think it should. So, to summarize, we're not against the selection of ESPs at all. It's just the selection panel itself, its size, and some positions in it. Thank you.
Thank you, UIP Sweden. Does any other NC have a statement to make? I will take this as a no, so I think we can move back to the governing body, the proposing entity.
Thank you for the kind of very detailed critical points. I think regarding the question about the size of the selection panel, the rationale was that we took the selection panels for other official teams and just added the national safe person and the international safe person. The session president is there so that event leadership is represented, because NOC could be head organizers, could also be NC. And I think so that, but I would love to hear the thoughts of the rest of the BNC on this, and we can see if we can amend the selection panel if that is desired. And it's early, so I'm remembering the other points that you made. Yeah, and the size of the selection panel, I see it might lead to inefficiency, but it's not significantly bigger, I think, than the selection panels for other teams. Then you have the more procedural point about ESPs not having evaluations yet, and there's no exception to the more general criteria for officials at sessions that they should have an evaluation. That's a very fair point. I think that's a detail we overlooked. Or not?
They could have evaluation from any other role that they have had before in EYP. It doesn't have to be ESP evaluation. So if you're applying as a chairperson and you only had an invitation as a delegate or as a media team member, that's still valid. I think this is the feature.
That's it, right?
Yeah, and presence of place.
I've replied to that. Okay, that's it.
Thank you from the GB. So yeah, we are moving on to the debate. We don't have a specific debate structure, so I guess all rounds are a general one, meaning that we will move on to the first round of debate. Any NCs that have points, feel free to raise your placards. We will start from Norway, then Luxembourg, Switzerland, and then to Belarus.
Yeah, so I would just also support from Sweden's suggestion that I do not think the president of the session has anything to do in the selection panel, because it does create a hierarchy of the leadership, which at least like EYP Norway's or proposal to equalize the leadership selection of international sessions last time was also approved by the BNC. And the reason why we proposed that in the first place was to reduce the sense of hierarchy within the leadership, because quite frankly, the president is not more important than the editors or the AJOs of the session. And so, yeah, I don't know either. I feel like either the entire leadership of the session should be in the call or none of them. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm not sure which ends. Yeah, Luxembourg.
I'm going to second exactly what both of you just said, but I'm going to focus on another point. Why is there the evidence persons of the previous international session? And I want to have a question as to why you think this could help in that sense. Because I feel like I see how it can be beneficial and having something from a completely other session kind of being part of the selection panel, especially if they've already been in that role as ESP. But I just like to know from the GB's part, kind of what was your intentions of putting people in the other session?
We will take a direct response from Slovenia.
Yeah, I kind of want to second what Luxembourg is saying about involving the previous ESP in the selection panel. Also, if we want to kind of point out the efficiency of the selection panel, I don't think it's necessary, but I do think the knowledge sharing that was also shown between the Kortrijk ESPs and then the Tromsø ESPs was a good thing. Like, keep it to the knowledge sharing, but I would also not really see why they would need to be involved in the selection panel.
So, EYP Norway, is your point directly related to last Monday?
The reason why the administrative person of the previous international session, 2 sessions before, should be there is because this is common practice in the international session selection panels. Like in the selection panels for editors and president as well, like there are the president of the previous international session or the editors in the previous international session 2 times before or something like that. So it is common practice, so that's why they should be there, unless you also want to suggest to take that valuable knowledge out of the selection panel, which I don't not see is necessary.
Okay, we have another live response now from Sweden.
Thank you, EYP Norway. I just wanted maybe to point ask. We personally don't think that like the NC doesn't think that ESPs might be involved, but about the points that you just mentioned, the two, or like if this is implemented, then in the next international sessions, the ESP that will attend the selection panel would be ESP that will be invited, or at least for the first one, which I don't think, or we don't think is optimal, as they would have to, like, maybe it's better for them to follow the full process of applying and then officiating before being to in session. I know this is just a special case, but I think it might be worth mentioning.
Okay. So in the beginning, I said Norway, Luxembourg, blank, Belarus. I think it was Switzerland. I'm not sure which entity was the third one that I mentioned, but I'm quite sure it was Switzerland.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask the proposing entity again, or like, because some points were mentioned as the proposal as is kind of just like shows some weaknesses, or as in just like they were brought up during the debate, and I wanted to ask if, especially concerning the president position, if you were like in a position or willing to friendly amend it maybe as well.
Okay, we have a direct response from the GB.
Yes, I'm preparing a formal request for an informal vote, and then if the BNC wants to remove the president, I will submit a friendly request for friendly amendment.
Okay.
I mean, so yeah, if you want, you can always send a friendly amendment.
They want to have an
Informal vote. Yeah.
Okay, let's have it right now, I guess, or.
Yeah. Before that, we will take one more point, as promised, from Belarus.
While we do agree with the point of having unsafe people of the previous selection, of the previous international sessions and the selection panel, we feel like we need to limit it to one only, also to make selections more efficient and not having multiple people from the same team being on the selection panel. Thank you.
Okay, we have a point of order. Privilege, sorry.
They want you to repeat it. Do I need to? Yeah, okay. So basically, we suggest to limit having only one person from safe team of the previous international sessions in the selection panel, instead of having a possibility to have like a couple of them. Because now in subclass 3, there is a possibility to have them. Yeah.
Okay, we will say. Okay, I know. Okay, I see the eagerness in EYP Boston and Herzegovina's eyes, so we will go to.
We would very much disagree with the Belarus, because if you're excluding another person that participated at the international session as an ESP, you're losing one perspective and somebody that could input. And then that brings up the question which ESP to even pick from the ESPs that were present at the international session. So we think that would be a redundant part of this policy.
Okay, Croatia, is this still related to the last point made?
Yes. We very much second the point by our neighbors, and what is more, it is important that these people have sort of one vote, yes, but they have multiple perspectives. I feel like there is a bit of a miscommunication here. They should be one component of the selection panel, multiple of them in our eyes, because all of their experience matter, as our neighbors said. However, the thing is, what Belarus is saying, we also kind of agree, because what they're saying is they should be as equal as other components of the selection panel. So that's it.
Jaina, how are we doing? Yeah. Yes. So we are moving back to the proposing entity.
All right. Yeah, I would reply to the point about the previous ESPs being in there, but it's been replied to by EUP Norway. It's common practice. And then we had a point about and then I think there was a debate about the event safe persons plural of the previous sessions being in the selection panel. But I think I heard different stances. I think some NCs were in favor of it and some NCs were against it. I think the rationale behind it is that unlike a president or actually, good example is in the case of the editor. If there were two editors at the international session, they would also, I think, be welcome in the selection panel of the next international session. So that's also a practice that we have. But we have another round of debate coming up, so curious also to hear what the other NCs think.
Thank you. And now moving on to debate round number 2. If any NC has points, then we will take from Austria and then move to Greece.
I do think there is value in having a representative of the leadership team in a selection panel for ESP because they're responsible for their teams and should be involved in big decisions like these, especially because it's about safety. So since you're working on a friendly amendment, maybe instead of canceling, like completely deleting the president out of this, an option would be to just define it as a member of the leadership team. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Governing Body, thank you so much for bringing this topic up. It's really important. The whole selection of event safe persons for ISs. So we totally agree with the other people involved in the selection process. But when it comes to the president, we feel that the rest of the leadership is also very important, meaning the HOs, as well as the editor or editors. So we think that perhaps the president shouldn't be in the selection panel of event safe persons. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll take a point from Switzerland and then Sweden.
Okay. I just wanted to reiterate that I feel like the ESPs of the sessions should have kind of the same trust provided in as the selection of the other members of the leadership, which does not necessarily involve another member of the leadership. That's those I would just like to kind of put out there that the ESPs should stay like as neutral as possible, and I don't really see that happening if like opinions of other leadership members are asked for, basically.
Thank you.
Yeah, we would like to completely agree with EWP Switzerland and what they just said. It's important to consider the ESPs as something apart. Their job is different, and there's also no hierarchy in the team itself. But I'm sorry to bring this up again, but I didn't really get an answer to the question in the statement. In such selection panels, I would assume they're very flat, but who would take the final decision on stuff, on such things? I mean, I've never been on one, but I would assume that it might be complicated with different opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. And we will take the final point from Luxembourg before moving back to the GB.
I have a point again concerning the third subpart, just asking kind of capacity-wise, like the past ESPs for example, Tromsø were 4 people, and I think for Kortrijk there were 3, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm not mistaken. And I feel like that would be a lot of people to get involved in a selection panel. That would be just from former ESPs. I don't know, I just feel like there would be a lot of people in that sense. How could you then, I don't know, maybe dial it down to like make it 1 person from each session? But then again, that would then be biased. But it's a bit of a weird way to kind of go about it, but yeah.
Okay. So as I promised, we are moving back to the GB.
So there were some more points about whether or not the president should be involved. I think there's going to be an informal vote on that. So I think you can also give your opinion then. Yeah, so about the opinions of the leadership and the involvement of the president. Then the question about hierarchy. I have been in a few IS selection panels now. I've never experienced that there was no consensus. I've experienced where it took a very long time to reach consensus and we had to do a second meeting. But usually these decisions are made based on consensus. And if that's not possible, I think the procedure would be to vote, and then there's no hierarchy. It's just every member of the selection panel designated in the policy has a vote that weighs equally. I think that would be the procedure. But usually and ideally, it's consensus. And then the debate about the multiple ESPs. Can I ask maybe if we can put the policy proposal back on the slide? Because it says event safe person, so it could be 1 from the previous session, or it could be 2, or it could be 3. This is the same phrasing that we use for editors. So if you go to editor selection, it says the previous editors, like could be 1, could be both. So I think for this phrasing, we would like to keep it this way. It leaves room to have 1 ESP who is available also, because we're all people who have busy lives usually. So I think this is usually the way they practice it. For example, if you have 2 editors, the one that happens to be available at the time of the selection panel joins, or the one that is most eager to join. And I think that's a practice we don't have to really regulate that much in policy. So that's why the phrasing is like this. It leaves the room for 1 or 2. I think in practice it will be 1, just for efficiency's sake. Did I miss any? Okay.
Thank you, Jarne. So I think since Jarne sent us the formal request to hold an informal vote, it's about the question, should the president be in the selection panel for event safe persons at ISs? So meaning that the green placard is yes to the question, the red one would be no. So yeah, so please raise your placard if your NC would say yes to the question, should the president be in the selection panel for event safe persons at IS? So if the answer is yes, presidents should be in the selection panels for event safe persons at ISs, raise your green placard.
High in the air, please, so we can see them and count them. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, 3. Is that it? Because I see many people like still reaching for placards.
Also, Bob's deciding currently.
Okay, so it's 3. Okay, against. Okay, I think that's quite clear.
Yeah. So it's quite clear that the BNC does not want the presidents to be in the selection panel for event safe persons at IS. I think.
So now I assume Jarno is frenetically typing a friendly amendment formal request.
Yes.
But we are aware of the intent. You can just tell us what's going to be out of the thing, and we can vote
and then
on
we
it.
will
Send it later. Yeah. Okay.
And that's
28-2, right?
Yeah.
And that's it.
So 28-2, right?
And that's it.
Okay.
Okay, so Jarno will send a friendly amendment to the proposal, meaning that event safe person selection 28-2. So the selection panel for the event safe person is composed of, then you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The second one, the president of the session will be thrown out, and Jarno will send us the friendly amendment on that, meaning that we are now moving to the vote. So it's everything that you see here, excluding the president of the session. That won't be in the policy anymore. So yes, since this is an international sessions policy, a relative majority is needed. So every NC that is in favor of this policy change. Okay, this is overwhelming. So for record's sake, lower your placards. So it definitely passed, but every NC that is abstaining. Every NC that's against. Sweden. 1.
Okay, so that means
no, 0 abstentions, 1 against.
So 30 in favor, 1 against, given the roll call.
Yeah. Also, has any NC arrived during the debate for which we didn't do the roll call, maybe?
I can just
Serbia
is present. Okay, so then we have 32 NCs, which means that we had 31 vote in favor and 1 against.
Also, I will reiterate something that I said in the beginning. Please, if your NC has 2 representatives, only 1 representative should sit at the table. The other representative should be behind, with an exception
for the people
there. So
they don't really
Italy, Slovenia,
Portugal.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So yes. Moving forward.
That's me.
I'm not sharing this one, so I won't even start.
Yeah. Fair enough. Just let me make sure that the people on Zoom also can hear us. Nice. Okay. So the next agenda item is topic of the debate brought forward by UAP Ireland, evaluative accountability of ESPs and NC board representatives. You can find it in the meeting booklet on pages 60 to 61. The statement of the debate is regarding evaluations, and they are essential for ensuring accountability and providing context for selection panels to protect a safe and inclusive environment. However, there are 2 positions in session formats for which, can we have the charger for the laptop? However, there are 2 positions in session formats for which evaluations cannot be given: preventive people and national committee board representatives. How can we make sure there is a mechanism to keep these individuals accountable and give future selection panels an insight into the respect they have for their responsibilities? So this is the question that you guys will be answering during this topic of the debate. We will give the floor to UAP Ireland to further explain the idea behind the topic of the debate. UAP Ireland. I assume we are, but yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, this is just a proposed.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just a discussion we thought was extremely necessary, but because move on to the next slide, please. Next slide.
No, sorry.
Yeah, we just found this was extremely necessary discussion to have because there has been some circulating thoughts about event safe people, and it goes beyond that. These are people who are fundamentally involved with national committee reps in creating a safe and inclusive environment for people. And our evaluation system is all about trying to keep people accountable and trying to guide selection panels on who fulfills their responsibilities, etc. And the only people who are not held accountable by the system are event safe people and national committee reps who again have the most power in this area. So there's an absence of formal feedback or evaluation measures for event safe people and national committee board representatives. And the reason we use formal feedback or / evaluation measures is because we want to emphasize that this doesn't have to be all about evals. Evals aren't necessarily the best way to approach this discussion. Arguably, they're not the best way at all. And there's a totally other system. It's just a system we understand. So that's why we'll kind of use that. But the discussion goes beyond that. These individuals have a large amount of authority over a session, especially national committee reps, especially in creating an inclusive welfare environment. Thirdly, current mechanisms available to keep ESPs and NC reps accountable, i.e., for example, if you're a national committee board member, you're probably accountable to the rest of your board, or if you're an ESP, the international safe person, it is actually those people who introduce those accountability measures to delegates. And so that creates some kind of conflict of interest. And I think we have all been at events where the international reporting procedure has probably not been gone through properly, or not at all in many, many cases of sessions I've been to. And so that means that they put themselves in the place of a 16-year-old delegate who has no idea what UFP is, no idea, doesn't have a members platform account. It's very, very difficult for them to know how to actually report things on the ESP or the NC rep when they are abusing their authority or not fulfilling their responsibilities, etc. So that's something that is very important to discuss. Of course, we acknowledge that this is a very open-minded discussion because we ourselves don't have a concrete proposal on who exactly should be keeping ESPs or NC reps accountable. Like there are many, many, many stakeholders that could do this. So this is why we wanted to make this not a policy proposal, but a topic debate, because we're very open to that idea and what you all think as the and we reached out to a few different stakeholders that perhaps could fulfill this role. So for ESPs, one is the national or international safe people. So of course that really depends on kind of the way your national safe people work, and if they're at sessions actively. In some cases they are, in some cases they're not, and so that could depend. We also reached out, I reached out personally to Leo from the Singapore team about, as that's one way. They did say, for context, that they probably wouldn't have the capacity to do that, and of course, again, there's the issue of they're not likely to be at every regional or every national session in EYP. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And just they're not like to be at sessions. So yeah, of course, there's NC board reps as well. But then there's kind of then you have all accountability in one person, and there's this idea that perhaps NC reps should not have like any sort of power over the ESPs, and they should be separate forces. So that's something to keep in mind for discussion. And then of course, national committee board reps. How do we keep them accountable? That is something we didn't know, and we want to get from you guys as well. So kind of the action plan there is to evaluate our current accountability mechanisms. Are they good enough? Should we use what we already have and make it better? Or do we need to do something new? Do we need evals? Discuss how these can be improved, whether or not there should be evals, whether or not it should be another system.
evaluating how you pass the sessions and welfare, safety. And of course, like after this, depending on discussion, working together with the SafeCore team, with the findings of the BNC to draft a policy proposal to actually make this happen if a change is deemed necessary. So yeah, this is extremely open-ended. We, as the proposing entity, don't have a concrete way, like for that to say people should do it or whatever. We just want to hear what you guys think, have a discussion, and build on that later on. So thank you.
Thank you, AP Ireland, for this very comprehensive policy proposal and what your intent with this discussion is. What? Any statements? This is from the agenda setting poll. It may not be correct. So any NCs that want to make a statement, raise your placard. EYP Portugal. You're recognized. Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, we would like to say that we fully endorse this proposal. We think it's very important, especially because now we'll talk even more about accountability and the truth is that for many of us as MC reps, it can be very easy if we do something wrong, so that it goes unnoticed. For example, if that happens with the chair and if there's a reach, it will most definitely go into EasyVal. We as NC also talked about in the same direction with this proposal. What we thought in terms of like the NC reps, because there is no one above us at sessions, would be that we could have a mechanism to directly report to the SafeCore team, and then the governing body, and they would articulate that. For the ESPs, we believe it should be in the same direction, but we don't have like a concrete solution. So yeah, I would like to hear the BNC's opinions on that as well. That's it.
Thank you, EVP Portugal. EVP Norway, is that also a statement?
Yeah.
Okay, EVP Norway.
So first of all, EVP Norway does think that a system to evaluate ESPs should be made, and that it should be in international sessions. You have to get receive an evaluation, right, as an official. That's mandatory to receive. Yeah. So then we also think it should be mandatory for ESPs to receive a members platform evaluation. Our initial thought was that the NC rep should do it. Well, I mean, I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot because I currently have to write a lot of evals for Tromsø, but then would have to add the ESPs to that as well.
Proceed.
And then concerning the national committee board representatives, we think that it would be a bit like difficult, like, oh, should the leadership maybe evaluate the NC rep, but then it's kind of, like it gets very complicated. So I would just emphasize the fact that we do have a SafeCore team, we do have a reporting mechanism. So if anyone at the session, that be the ESP or the leadership or anyone, is unhappy with the NC and how the NC board rep has represented their NC at the session, then they are very welcome to make a report to the reporting mechanism. And yeah, that's something that's already in place. And you can also, I suppose, go to the GB for NC compliance review if it's that bad. So, there are lots of avenues to report and hold national committees responsible for the behavior at sessions as well.
Thank you, EVP Norway. We will be returning to EVP Ireland to answer these statements regarding your topic of the debate.
Yeah, thank you so much to EVP Portugal and EVP Norway. I like that was an amazing statement that really added to this discussion. Really great. I'm really happy that you think it's something important to discuss. So on Portugal, directly to the team and ESP, that's a very interesting idea, definitely. And I think
one concern we had that I think should be discussed. We think is a great idea, but one concern that we had, which we think is very important, is just the distance between your average 16-year-old and the safe per team. And I know that's not necessarily their fault, but it's something that's should be considered in how we can make that body more visible. Because I know when I was a delegate, I had no clue what kind of bodies were there, because the event safe person didn't introduce, any kind of international reporting. And so it will be incredibly difficult to like go to the members platform, find all these things, and try and do that. So that is one thing to keep in mind, is that there's just that distance there and that lack of visibility for like, while we all at the BNC have been in EIP quite a while and know that it's very different for a 16-year-old or 17-year-old who's most likely more vulnerable, if anything. European Norway, mandatory evals for ESPs is a very, very interesting idea. We do think absolutely there should be evaluations or some form of accountability for ESPs, especially as they are different from NC reps in that they can go to different NCs and travel abroad as well. And it would be very helpful. We think perhaps there might be a struggle, I guess, just to devil's advocate in forcing an eval on someone when, for example, they're quite isolated from events, because obviously their work is of a confidential nature, and so it might be a struggle like for them to evaluate kind of the specifics of their work and kind of what they did well, etc., etc. But one thing to keep in mind is maybe we could have it just on if they failed in their responsibilities, or there is kind of significant evidence of disciplinary issues of them actively not creating a safe welfare environment, there could be we could use a discipline section of it. So it's just kind of remembering the distinction between like evals and like there is the purpose of like positive recommendations and like what to do, like there's also accountability and calling out welfare issues and that kind of distinction. But yeah, we definitely really appreciate that point and think that it could be very much a valid solution as well. So thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you, AP Ireland. We will be opening the floor for debates. We will start by taking a point from EVP Italy, followed by EVP Slovenia.
Thank you. To build up on what has been just said, it's nice to evaluate the work, especially of an ESP. However, it's not that easy to actually understand what an ESP has been through during a session, because if there's only one person, they have all the responsibilities upon them. But if there are multiple people, not everyone is aware of what the other has been doing. So if there's something super evident, so they need to take people, for example, to the hospital, that's something that can be objectively observed, and lack of assistance, can be evaluated. However, if there's some more personal issues that are going on through to a person, they feel responsible to go to a certain ESP rather than another. So it's not even from that perspective easy to understand whether an ESP has been doing well or not. And so I think that the most appropriate person that could evaluate another ESP is the other ESP that has been present at the event, if there are multiple. However, again, not everyone knows what the other has been doing. Because of confidentiality, people are not able to share, even between ESPs, what has been going on. So again, I think it's important to evaluate ESPs. However, it's a tricky situation because confidentiality really plays an important role on what is available to be evaluated and what is not.
Thank you, VP Italy. As promised, VP, there is a direct response by VP Portugal, which I saw first. So thank you, VP Portugal.
Okay, so we talked about this discussion in Portugal about the same time that you probably talked about it in Europe, Ireland, and for it would be more about supporting those policies in ESPs and in anti-reps. I think it is another completely different conversation about actually evaluations for events in person, as you were saying, it's really difficult. So what I do believe that we should
make up something here today, maybe, about what you do with breaches of policies instead of just going to the same 14, because again, I think EYP Ireland was saying it's very, very difficult for delegate to say, oh, that NC rep misbehaved, and not realistic to think that that will happen.
Thank you, UP Portugal. As promised, UP Slovenia.
Yeah, I think in terms of evaluating unsafe persons, I definitely agree that there should be some kind of feedback, and not necessarily evaluation, but some kind of mechanism. But at the same time, I'm just kind of wondering, like oftentimes we say, you know, ESPs are also literally just people. They're, you know, also the same age as most of us are as officials, and just kind of rethinking how we would go about where's kind of the border of what an ESP can do, like what is their power in situations, not in terms of like what they're allowed to do, but at the end of the day, they're also just people who make mistakes. We're not trained, you know, ESPs are not trained professionals. There will also be mistakes made, which are not breaches of policies by them, but you know, sometimes you don't know what to do. You're not sure what to do. There, you can deal with so many difficult situations in the session, especially at like ISs. So much comes up. So yeah, just kind of maybe some discussion on that would also be nice.
Thank you, UP Slovenia. We will take a direct response by UP Poland.
I agree that it is very difficult to evaluate the work of such person because, like, we are, let's face it, we are not really qualified to give support to people like struggling on events that like older people, more educated people would have. But in my view, it's not necessarily about evaluating how good of an advice an event safe person can give, but it's more about how available they are, how responsive they are. You know, sometimes I go to an event and I see an event safe person, you know, coming late or not really being available when they should be. And it's more about responsibility that this person bears instead of how good that they can actually, you know, support and make someone else feel safe. So it's more about their work ethics and their commitment rather than what they actually do, let's say. Thank you.
EYP Bosnia and Herzegovina, does it directly relate to what EYP Poland just said? Yes, you have it.
Yeah, basically, the thing that Poland just said, the focus should be on how visible ESPs are due to the nature of their work, because we cannot share, they cannot share what they've been doing, they cannot share who they've been talking to. So we should mainly focus on the way that they acted during the session, how they behaved with the people that was visible, not going into the specific things they've been doing and who they've been talking to.
Thank you, UP Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will take a point by UP Georgia. Right next to Anu.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Something that UAP Georgia has discussed about this is what if actually members of the officials team or even leadership who are like really closely working with the NC reps and ESPs would kind of form this maybe even anonymous feedback type of thing, so that everyone knows how they were dealing with things, since it's kind of like, okay, no one really is higher than NC rep at a session, let's say. But then like a contra argument for that was like, yes, but it kind of goes against the traditional UYP hierarchy when it comes to leadership and who's actually eligible for what. So this is some sort of an idea that we want to kind of propose as well and hear your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a direct response by UAP Austria and then we will return to UAP Ireland.
This is actually what we do in UAP Austria, which is that when for every person who is part of the leadership at any session, we, the NC, collect feedback for them from every other leadership member, plus the NC, plus ESPs or NSPs. And I think that this is also something that could work really well for ESPs, and I'm kind of kicking myself that I haven't thought of it yet, because if we're doing it anyway, it seems smart, and also so far it's been working really well. And it's also made our BNC learns from something from it also, but also it just gives a more cohesive feedback to somebody if it's not, and because it addresses this problem of
and maybe you didn't see everything that happened, or maybe it's just your personal bias and so on. But if you have feedback from at least 4, 5, 6 people, that of course is a completely different situation. Yes, it's more work, but I highly recommend it.
Thank you so much to everyone for these really good points, like adding to the discussion. I think it's really great actually putting something together, which is really positive. So I'm going to try and get through all of you. So EOP Italy talked about one ESP evaluating the other, keeping in mind the trickiness of confidentiality. Yeah, that is definitely something that could be a very interesting idea. There's obviously a challenge there for events, maybe small scale events where there's only one ESP. And then of course you have, I don't know, that there's some kind of social dynamic there as well. Like if there's two and they might not be fully, that there's a conflict of interest there and perhaps they're not fully accountable to one another. So that's one thing to keep in mind, but I think it's very positive. It's just something to keep in mind. EIB Portugal talked about the evals as like more of a role of reporting breaches than typical evaluations. We believe that is definitely an interpretation that could be seen in practice, and it goes into a lot of the challenges you guys identified. Of it is very difficult to talk about the specific things they did because we won't know them and they're confidential. But it is evidence, for example, when there is a serious breach of policy, or for example, they are not turning up at all, or they're just completely ignoring their responsibilities. And these kind of very, very serious breaches, rather than typical evaluations where we just give them in every single example, could be a very good example for not necessarily creating a good recommendation system for ESPs, but at the very least identifying situations where people should probably not be in a position of serious responsibility. So EYP Slovenia, thank you so much for your point on this, and about like how it can be very challenging because obviously none of us are professionals, and it's like mistakes can be made, and we absolutely agree. We couldn't agree on my laptop. Oh, okay, good. But yeah, we absolutely agree with this. I think that's something that has to be kept in mind with evaluations in all cases, but especially so for ESPs. They're not psychologists in most cases. They shouldn't be assessed to that standard. And again, that kind of goes back to the point of perhaps there should be something done to keep people accountable for very, very serious breaches and nothing less, rather than everyone getting an eval. In Poland, yeah, you talked about how, there are some things we can access outside of confidentiality, going back to, if someone's not turning up as an ESP, if they're not available, if they, they're completely absent, they slept into 2 p.m. every day, that is something that can be assessed objectively. And that kind of stuff is very important, and that could be part of like a more of a recommendation system. Oh yeah, okay. About Bosnia and Herzegovina, visibility, very, very important. And Georgia and Austria, feedback forms, very nice. Could be something that could be really useful in this case, and we also collect them. Thank you.
I totally agree with the fact that these two roles should have some accountability and then we should somehow enforce them. But I'm not sure that the going in the direction of evaluation is the right way, because it's super hard to evaluate the performance of these people at a session, since they're usually behind the scenes and you don't know what they're doing. So What I would propose is some sort of reporting mechanism, maybe on the level of the session leadership, that would somehow look into whether the NC person or the NC reps are in compliance with all the policies and they're actually doing their job and not breaching anything. So this I think could be a direction that might work.
Thank you. Followed by
Not going to address the question of whether or not evaluations would be a beneficial addition, but I think with EYP Finland, similarly to EYP Austria, we also have practice of sending out anonymous feedback forms to all.
There's a point of personal privilege.
Sorry, yeah, I will speak a bit louder and clearer. Thank you. So I'm not going to address the question of if evaluations would be beneficial or not, but similarly to EYP Austria, we also have a policy of sending out feedback forms anonymous, or like that you can answer anonymously to all officials, so not only the leadership, where you have the chance to give personal feedback to each member of the leadership, including the NC reps. And then for leadership, we have a more extensive one where you can give more extensive feedback. But maybe adding ESPs to that also could be beneficial, at least on a level of like personal feedback, even if it doesn't contribute to evaluations.
Finland, the conflict in Germany. Recognize and
so basically what we believe is that NC board reps and even say persons should not be evaluated in the traditional sense as we do with presidents or editors, because you can't really do that, as the points mentioned, because it really varies. Like the work of an ESP and an NC board member representative varies with each session, and you cannot really make the same evaluation like you would do for a president or an editor or a chairperson. And so, which is why actually I agree with EYP Czech Republic's point about having some kind of other reporting mechanism that in case of bad behavior of an ESP or an NC board member, that it would there would be like kind of a complaint submitted or something like that, but it should not be like traditional evaluations that we are used to.
Thank you. I think similarly to the last 2 points, also I think that evaluations will be really hard, especially for NC reps. And I think there's 2 points to the accountability element. One, there's future selection panels and letting people know of any breaches and any big issues. But I think another point of accountability, especially for NC reps that might be in the NC longer, is around getting that feedback and not necessarily like the formal side of evaluations. But yeah, so like what we do in our Cyprus is we have a, oh, sorry. I can't hear you. Yeah, so I'm saying like equally important to the notifying the future selection panels, that sort of side of accountability. The other side of accountability is like your personal, like getting feedback, and especially if you're in the same role as an NC rep for a long period of time. So I think like the feedback forms is something that we do as well, and like actually having feedback meetings with the leadership so the NC can get actual feedback from their performance. That's more useful for us instead of just having an evaluation on the members platform.
Thank you.
Yeah, taking this approach of the feedback forms. In my NC, I'm the event coordinator, so I've been dealing with a lot of feedback forms for our events. One thing that I want to bring to the table as well is that feedback forms are very subjective, because I've seen people that didn't have to interact. For example, if we talk about a scale from 1 to 5, I've seen people that don't have to interact with the person, but kind of see that she's around or he's around, giving, for example, a 4 or a 5, and other people that actually interact with giving a 4 or 5. And that's two different experiences and 2 different things to take into account, even though there are 2 answers. So yeah, I think those are a great way to get a glimpse into the many things that sometimes go unnoticed. At the same time, we have to be really careful with
with what we see and what we actually interpret of what people write and their experiences. Yeah.
Okay, so what we were thinking maybe, because of course we've been going over it a lot already, that evaluating ESPs and CREPs is kind of difficult in the sense that they're not the person that they should be evaluating, like ESPs, like NCs cannot evaluate ESPs, and who should evaluate NC reps. So we thought about maybe, I don't know if it's the case for every board, like every NC, but does every NC board you have like a supervisory board or an advisory board that maybe could take on that role? It would of course require to have one of those reps present at the session, at least for a significant amount of time. I don't know if that's doable, but maybe they would be like distant enough for them to take on that role.
Yeah, what the Netherlands said about the advisory board is, for example, your Crossing Spirit currently doesn't have an advisory board, so that can pose a challenge for NCs that don't have enough members who are interested in being in the advisory board, or perhaps don't even have enough members with enough experience to be in the advisory board. But a positive that I heard that was echoed around was exactly what the Netherlands also mentioned, was that the possible avenue to take was to have feedback given in the form of the group, or actually the leadership and the rest of the members of the NC board.
One final general comment to make.
So yeah, thanks again, everyone. Thank you so much. So yeah, EOP Czech Republic and quite a few others talking about how evals perhaps are not the best way, another reporting mechanism. We think that's very important, but going back to the whole point of like the visibility of those reporting mechanisms is something that's very, very important to emphasize here. Evals are something that is like
Be a bit more quiet. Thank you.
Yeah, that we believe that could definitely be something which is very important, but just emphasizing the visibility as well is something that's very important. You know, the evaluation system is something that selection panels understand and NCs understand, and if we add millions of new structures, then perhaps they're not going to be utilized as much. Just keeping that in mind. So your Finland feedback forums, yeah, very important. Again, like we said before, there is an argument that perhaps the feedback forums can inform evals as well. And so we could have that one structure kind of supporting the other. And that could be a way to make it somewhat more objective. And yeah, you Germany agree with the Czech Republic. Cyprus also okay. Even Portugal, yeah, the challenge is with not being objective. Yeah, people not having interacted with them, giving fives. Yeah, I've experienced that as well. And yeah, that's something that's very important to emphasize as well, that the kind of the issues with that, and perhaps some people do think that, you know, we're professionals as well and that we're paid and stuff like that, and that's not the case. And going back to Slovenia's point on that, and just keeping that context in mind. Yeah, and EOP Netherlands with advisory boards, and thank you for EOP Bosnia and Herzegovina for emphasizing not everyone has an advisory board, so that's something to challenge. All of our advisory board are like 35, and they're like, you know, people who were involved in our organization in the 90s, so there's a challenge there as well. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone. And I guess in the last round, trying to put something into concrete, I guess, is whether or not we think that evaluations can be informed by feedback, and whether or not we should use the traditional system, or whether or not we should use Safe Core Team or something else. But yeah, just thank you.
Once again, people in the dark room, please
Okay, I'm really sorry to bring up a point that does not specifically refer to mechanism or like more manifestation of a mechanism, but something that we haven't really discussed yet is that the evaluation or just an evaluation of the performance of board representatives at sessions could actually be crucial in order to hold board members accountable also for future events, which I feel like the most kind of report mechanism that we have is that in any case, we could get not re-elected, which is a completely different system from what we are used to in officials teams. And I was just like curious if anyone thought about that or if there's some mechanisms already in place in other NCs, but it would just contribute to a more informed decision.
In Switzerland, they have more points for this kind of debate. I didn't think I saw like two big matches before we close the previous round. Okay, so the question is how involved.
Yeah, I just thought I'd respond as the ESPs are, of course, part of an infrastructure that is overseen by the international safe person. I think I'm really happy this topic was brought up. I think there is, as it's still a developing system, a wish for some kind of accountability or some kind of feedback that can be given to them. I think with evaluations, but this has already been mentioned by a few people present here, there could be some problems, namely the ESP could have a conflict with the person who's going to be their evaluator. Or as has been mentioned a lot, the work of the ESP is not always visible. So that's why we think, evaluations are maybe not ideal, but there's definitely a wish for some kind of system of accountability and feedback. So that's something that we can develop together also with Joshua and the SIPCOR team, anyone who's interested. And I think, was there any second point? I don't think so. That was it.
Okay. You want to take the point to give it more?
Yeah, so that's relating to the point from Yarna, that maybe an alternative way of accountability is for the NC rep to give feedback, like informal, verbal or written feedback to the ESP about, what they did well, what they could develop more. And if there is an actual, like, you think there's a breach of trust, you can go to the SafeCore team, either to make a report or to make a complaint according to the severity of the situation. So yeah, I suppose there is definitely there could be a potential conflict of interest. So maybe that's an alternative.
Is that a direct response to the previous result? Yes.
Okay. We definitely think that makes sense if we're only thinking about keeping the ESPs accountable. But if we're talking about, and I think that's why this was brought up as a whole, like ESPs and NC, because how do you keep the NCs accountable if they're keeping the ESPs accountable? There could be kind of two-way accountability. I don't know there. So I think that's the biggest issue with, trying to keep both accountable, and that's the not easy part.
We will take the one.
Yeah, also on the accountability of NC boards holding like ESPs accountable. I think sometimes we also have the case where like NC boards aren't as experienced, when there's like either newer NCs, so there was like kind of a gap of HR in between. And I'm also just kind of thinking, how could you know, then they really hold those people accountable when they themselves don't have that much experience. It's kind of hard to really take everything into account. Yep.
Thank you so much, everyone, for that. So yeah, starting off with EOP Switzerland, elections as accountability measure. This is something we also definitely thought about, in that we think the role of it's possibly more important to evaluate ESPs, as there is no kind of intercession kind of accountability at the moment. Whereas of course NC members, there is as for NC members, of course, they're accountable to their members as well. And if you have kind of like a mandatory disclosure system of kind of like general anonymized feedback, that could be something as like an internal policy for NCs, I think, to think about as well, in keeping yourselves or your future selves accountable. And I think that's something we'd be very interested in our own NC. So thank you so much for that. Thank you to the governing body for chipping in the challenge evaluation, the conflict of interest. Even Norway, this is actually a point we think it will be really helpful, and something that could actually really work. And we talked about in terms of giving feedback to the ESP and kind of a conflict of interest, there being kind of a mediation process with the state court team. I think would be really nice, and kind of using the current kind of comment system as well to like appeal evaluations where there is that kind of conflict of interest, as you know, to keep in mind. And I'm really, really sorry, but here in Portugal and Slovenia, I was writing a formal request, so I couldn't keep notes at the same time. But thank you so much, and I'll read the minutes later and keep that in mind. But thank you. Yeah, 3 items. So, like, should I just explain, or?
Okay, so basically, let's say that because it's a vote on alternative accountability measures, which is not really law, we would say that yes, if you want evaluation for that.
Okay, so we are agenda item on GB members mandates termination P Croatia and DYP Ireland. Policy proposal on pages 62 till 66 of the meeting booklet. And yes, Ivor, so you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, the aim of the proposal is to define the governing body membership termination, to make it more understandable while introducing more democratic safeguards, and kind of level the playing field when it comes to announcing resignations, so that, you know, at least we have the chance to know around the same time and, well, brief our own national committees and who may potential candidates. Can we please go to the next slide? History of the proposal, well, like the concepts we were talking about, the policy we will talk about, the charter commonly changed. The last change that happened in terms of the election was when we restructured the voting system. And you can still see relics of the past system in some of the clauses where it specifically refers to GB members selected by BNC solely or GB members selected solely by the membership. Of course, we no longer have that. It's 3 members selected by a joint vote. So you can see that, well, this charter article was not updated accordingly with that change, I think, in 2018, 19, something like that. Yes, rationale, and that's pretty much the most important thing. And thank you, Joshua, also for co-submitting and working with me in this and giving Ireland in general. Basically, what we want to do is we have kind of 4 goals to our procedural, to our substantive. The procedural ones are to more simply phrase and have consistent phrasing. And the 2 substantive are to mutually align the procedures. So make sure we have that kind of equal playing field, that we know what to do if it happens. And then to ensure we are at least a bit better functioning following that. Because, you know, God forbid we use it, but it's better to have it. Simply the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, you know, every second GB term there's a resignation, so yeah. And the statistics are as they are. So hopefully, you know, we strengthen our democratic capacities just by a bit. Of course, all of this is not in good faith towards the GB. Yeah, as far as the proposal is concerned, this is my personal style. I don't like to put the proposal there. I like to put some bullet points as to what is to be achieved. You can read the proposal in the pages. It's mostly phrasing, it's mostly procedural. There are no substantive changes with the exception of vote of confidence being the only way the BNC can go against a GB member, as right now we have a vote of confidence, but also some other terminology, I think, dismissal, right? And dismissal is never defined. And yeah, what we also do is clarify how we get to such a vote, what the BNC does in such a vote, because it's not just a chart change, there's also an accompanying BNC working procedure change, and that basically means that the BNC board is to share that. Of course, they are supposed to lead the BNC in that sense, and they're supposed to, you know, provide for some debate and everything. So it's again strengthening the democratic capacity within the BNC in respect and in good faith towards the GP. Exactly, that's how to conduct such a vote, how to administer the vote as well. It's very clear when and how should that vote be held. It also introduces, and this is the only substantive change, a new barrier to how do we get to such a vote to prevent, and this is very common, and I think most international parliaments have such a thing. There's a minimum requirement of those members. In our case, it's national committee representatives. It would be usually members of parliament who can go and submit the fact that they lost confidence and call for such a vote. Joshua and my opinion are that it should be free, not in light of any previous debate, but just in light of functionality. And in light of the fact that there could be an NC who would really want to obstruct, and forcing such votes, well, is not ideal. And You don't necessarily have to work really try to run that, but and yeah, a bit of staff change because right now.
Okay, so
pretty much. First, we have to thank UIP Croatia and UIP Ireland for submitting this proposal. It is a very it's basically a rephrase. It makes the entire working procedure, everything that is related to this, much more easier, much more palatable for everyone, especially new members. When it comes to the more substantive changes that were mentioned with 3 more national committees, we completely agree, as that would clearly separate from the fact that somebody might not like someone in the GB, and then they wouldn't be able to go and just like say, yeah, no, we don't want them there anymore, and would actually give us make us more productive. And also when it comes to the new clause that they introduced, once again, the entire proposal is very reasonable, and we don't see much things that need to be debated or discussed regarding it, as it is something that I believe that we believe that everyone can get on board with and accept, as it only makes our lives easier.
Thank you. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Really, we believe that we remember our proceeding from Holland. But yeah, thank you so much and for your support.
We're moving on to debate. Okay, we forum debate.
It's very optimistic. But like the idea was round one, any like questions that I can answer, like anything regarding how can this be implemented, any clarifications, reservations, like anything of that sort, and then we talk about the substance of the proposal. So yeah, if there's any. Yeah.
Also, this 30-minute debate. So when it comes to like the points being made, 30 seconds, then 15 seconds, and be precise. Okay? So moving on to round number one. Clarifications, reservations, feasibility, and CEO. Like any entity at a point when these four words better term, major platforms. Okay. Debate round number two. The substance of the vote. Does BNC have a point to make
on the substance of the proposal? EYP Serbia.
It's good. Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone have points that are not 3 words?
I mean, they are concise.
They are concise. True. Okay, so I'm waiting for Norway. I see like a potential point. Norway.
I'll just go for it, I guess.
Norway.
A lot of so this is clause 1 or clause 4. Okay, so article 14. And it's the first proposed change where you supposedly make this more legible. However, it seems to me like in point number 4, there's quite a lot of extra additions. Like the secret ballot and all of this stuff. So could you like please explain kind of how, the rationale behind this point, basically, because it just seems like there's a lot of stuff added. And and to be honest, I don't really see it as more understandable than the original text. Yeah.
Thank you, Norway. Last point, I will go back to proposing entity. The only question that I have is whether it's not so.
Yeah. Oh, so thank you, Serbia. We agree. As far as the Norwegian question is concerned, so that clause 4 has a bit more substantive innovation, so to say, yes, but at the same time, compare the clause before and now, like you have a bit more Yes. I mean, we took it at a substantive value and reworked it. So in a sense, we would kind of have to make bold almost everything. That's the problem. And this was, I think, also a discussion between Joshua and me. Like, we would have to bold way too many things. So yeah.
Okay. So we have,
Turkey to end the debate early and to proceed to a vote. We need it's 2/3 majority. So every is abstaining. 31 in favor. Thank you, guys. This was it's behind schedule.
And another switcheroo. And once again, we're talking about resignations and what happens after them. How do we fill vacancies? So the BNC board, like we haven't collaborated with EVP Ireland and EVP Croatia. It was by accident, to be honest, that we were both considering what happens. We were dealing with our side of the things. So what do we want to do is basically change the VP. So
Thank you for copying the slides. So, as far as we are concerned, we think this proposal goes kind of hand in hand with what we just previously had. Frankly, a lot of very same ideas, quite a similar rationale. And again, trying to deliver more clarity. And also, for example, in case someone resigns 2 months before the end of the term, why have elections for those 2 months? And elections will take at least a month. So we think it's really good. We don't really see much merit in opposing it on basically any round. So thank you very much, BNC board. And I would just personally like to reflect on the BNC elections as they are, as they were. You promised this. This was actually both of yours manifesto promise. So congratulations on that. And yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Epi Croatia. That is very nice. We will have more points, maybe not. UAP Belgium.
Okay, just a question for the BNC board. I looked at a proposal, but there's nothing, I think, said about what happens when no one runs for the BNC board and if the position stays vacant even after, like, extended, like, periods of times for, like, submitting, candidacy.
So is there anything that you thought of that you didn't include maybe? For example, like the first thing I would come up with that the governing body, for example, then takes over for like chairing the BNC meeting, while there's no BNC board at the moment, or maybe other options. Did you think about that? Like, thank you.
Hi Mia, so I hope as we speak to actually check. Just let us know if you can hear me right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Like if you talk back, I'm not sure if I am able to hear. Oh, it's the laptop is muted, so just give me a second. Okay, yeah. Can you just confirm that you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. Cool. And now you're on the speaker. No, not yet. Not yet. Just give me a second. Okay, there.
I can hear like every fourth word you say.
Okay, so hey, I do hope you are able to hear me. The Zoom shows green level of the mic thing.
Can you just choose? No, the sound?
Yes, just give me a second. This is what happens. Oh, it's individual setting here. Laptop? Can you try to?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Like I can hear you and 7,000 voices.
Okay, there was some from the speaker. That's nice. Can you turn it on all the way?
I can hear you.
Yeah, just talking. Volume is a maximum.
Can she say something?
Can you hear us now? Like, yes, I will say something.
It should be audible, right?
Yeah, it should be fine once people stop talking.
You also hear us when we speak.
Amazing.
Dobro, ok, ako se utišaju, vjerojatno se čuti.
Da, trebalo bi.
Da možemo da krenemo.
Like, it works fine for now. I hear what I need to hear.
Okay, cool. Then we will continue. And as far as like when we started speaking, I will just join Zoom on my laptop while we.
All right.
We can also do that, but I do think we will be able to hear you now when everybody actually comes inside and stops making a lot of noise. Can the host let us in? Get back to host or whoever has the main directive. It's opening the Zoom on my laptop. Okay, so we are in maximum speakers. We're cool, muted, got it. Okay. Okay, so we will continue. Welcome back from the break. We will be moving on to the policy proposal. So it is not a policy, but it's a policy proposal because it's proposing a act which will be used further in UAP. It's not a topic of the debate. Implementation of guidelines on vehicular safety at sessions. So for those who are unfamiliar with them, guidelines are a bit lower tier of UAP regulation, basically some best practices or things that should be adhered to the best of your ability, but it's not enforced because like there is always, people are aware that it's not always possible to follow them to the fullest, or like there shouldn't be sanctions for not following it. Basically, they're not how to say it, binding as are all the other EYP policies. So you can find it on pages 58 to 56 and 58, and in the annex, the guidelines themselves. This is also the output of the working group on vehicular safety. So this will also be used to update you on what that working group was doing and whether they are complete with their term or not. So the aim of the proposal is to implement and create common understanding of vehicular safety at sessions in the network based on feedback and on opinions of the EYP network. And with that being said, we will move on to the proposing entity. Mia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me right now? Amazing. Great. Hello, everyone. I'll just start with a short update on what the working group has been doing for the past half year, as Philip just introduced. So as for most of you, I think know, at the autumn BNC of 2022, we implemented or we started up a working group on vehicular safety following the proposal, joint proposal by UAP Austria and Belgium, supported by Estonia. Back then on
Okay,
implementing.
so there is a bit of. So we didn't hear the last 5 words, but everything else we got.
All right, I will repeat my last 5 words. Anyways, by the autumn BNC last year, UAP Austria, Belgium, and supported by UAP Estonia had a proposal on implementing not guidelines, but a policy on vehicular safety, which was rejected as it was too difficult to implement like pan-European. For which reason we decided to create this working group, which has been working for the past half year with Linda from UAP Estonia and Hubert from UAP Poland and me. And what we have been doing has been to send out a survey to all the NCs and to general session members as well. So this has not been limited to a structural thing, but also been implemented into the officials of different sessions to gain like the most input we could. And we got quite a lot of input, seeing that most NCs do currently not have a vehicular safety policy or anything like it. A few do, and those who do were so kind to share it with us. So we have taken some inspiration from those in what we have.
And once again.
Yes, I will repeat. Is it clear now?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Now you're audible again. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, we have taken some inspiration from NCs who shared their currently enact vehicular policies, and then we have added to what we heard from others who do currently not have one on their wishes. We got replies from about 50 individuals, some representing NCs and some representing themselves at sessions. And generally, there was a wish to have these guidelines. As Philip also explained before, guidelines are not something that's set in stone. These are something to follow as a rule of thumb. It's something that people can use for inspiration for implementing their own national policies, but it's nothing that's like something you're obliged to follow. Yes, so that's what we've been working on for the last half year. I will share more in-depth results with you on Slack afterwards, but for this proposal, I think this is introduction enough. With this said, I can also say that the plan is to terminate this working group after this BNC, especially hoping that you will vote in favor of implementing the guidelines so that we actually have a successful result of this working group. Yes, but to the actual proposal, well, the aim, as we also said, we want to implement a set of guidelines to give the national committees something to follow when implementing their own national vehicular safety policies. Many are not really sure where to start or what to include, which is why we want to give you tools to follow and ideas that you can implement into your own. As also said, you can find it all in the annex section, and I will just quickly and briefly go through what is in it so that you can see like the main points of it. So first of all, there are some very down to earth, you need to follow legal national law, obviously, and some definitions. But then we have some more in depth where we have some on the motor vehicles and driving, which is like about the environment, about the safety of the person and the permission from the owner of the vehicle. Then second one in chapter 4 is the safety and well-being of drivers, which is where people had the most input, which is like on sleep, it's on alcohol, it's on secondary and primary drivers or designated drivers, and it's about like the general capabilities of the individual. So this is where it gets a bit more down to the person, which is where we have gotten the most input from people. And then to chapter 5 regarding fines and reimbursements, just in order to have it in place in case a speeding ticket, a parking ticket, a damaged car or damaged property, or whatever is being reported, how should it be handled and how should you go about it? These were things that were also, we got inspiration to those from some of the already existing vehicular policies of different NCs. And then we have added to it from what people have wished for in the survey that we conducted. Yes, I think that was like a run through. So if you can change the slides. Yes, the intended outcome, I think it's very linked to what I just said. But generally, like, we want to give you all a freedom to create your own guidelines. I don't know how many of you here in, like, among you right now who have a driver's license and thus maybe have been a driver at a session, or in case not, at least have seen drivers at sessions. I think we all know the feeling, or have seen people with the feeling that they have been driving too much on too little energy, that maybe they've had a bottle of wine the night before and think, hey, I'm able to drive now, but are they? So these questions that you probably ask yourself during a session, but also say, well, it's a session, that's just how it is, but this is not how it should be. There should be some rules on this to ensuring both the safety, but also to not make people be in a position where they feel obliged to take on a driving task if they actually do not feel capable of it, and thus intended outcome to increase the safety in relation to motorized vehicles. We also want to stress that this is not only for sessions, but can also be for like members events, for this BNC, for whatever UIP related event you can think of. Yes. New slide.
On to statements. Any MCs that wish to make statements, please raise your placards. Okay, so I see 6 in the air. You probably know the deal. Each one of you will get 2 minutes. It will be timed. Once you have 30 seconds remaining, I will clap once, and once you're done. Two times.
EYP Spain fully supports EYP Spain fully supports the implementation of these guidelines, as we have been doing so far this weekend. We are open to flexible policy proposals and all of that. So since these guidelines are not binding, but they are a very nice guide for NCs to adapt in each context in the basically that is the statement.
Thank you, UAP Spain. We will take the next statement.
Okay, so kind of 2 quick points I'd like to make. First, the initial proposal was to have some kind of policy regarding kind of separating the EYP image if there is an accident or something, and I think that kind of got lost in between the lines. So at some point, maybe in the next BNC, there could be another proposal just for that specific thing and not these guidelines for, you know, how to drive. And secondly, with all due respect to the working group, it is not, UIP Portugal will not be passing this because it does not make sense. We cannot enforce it. It's not possible in our NC. I have heard from other people that you have like 4, 5, 6 board members. We have 7 and we only have 1 driver, and we're scared for the next generations of UIP Portugal because the drivers are getting older and older now, and we really are not able to enforce this, so we will not be passing it. Okay.
Thank you, UAP Portugal. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. So reading the proposal, reading and understanding all new points, we cannot support this, as basically everything that was not voted on and actually voted against last time is being repeated here. There's a lot of points which simply cannot be applicable during sessions, which do not make sense, frankly. Furthermore, there's a huge part where the entire development of people and the growing the entire aspect of UIP that's most important is being cut down and forced into this one singular position. So basically the entire proposal is in our opinion the same one as we already voted against last time, and the same one as for the working group that we voted against also last time. And having the proposal from the last BNC meeting already open here, I can say that this is simply the same thing with a bunch of redundant points. Thank you.
UAP Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will take UAP Luxembourg because there are no direct responses to statements. So UAP Luxembourg followed by UAP Belgium.
We would like to state that we recognize and value all the work you put in this proposal. By now, we cannot say that we fully agree. We have some additions and some inputs. First of all, we are kind of concerned with the feasibility of some of the proposals you have. I think having stressful situations and having to apply yet another level of rules may pose some bit of a problem, and to be honest, I'll find it very hard that people will follow them whenever there is impending doom ahead of them. In case regarding the suggestions we have, first of all, we would like to see the introduction of the suggestion to have NC members take over the driving of the session, etc. We believe that HOs and co-organs are already stressed enough during the session, and maybe you could delegate this duty to someone that's normally already in a very supporting role and normally a bit more distance from everything that's happening. Secondly, I think there should be a proposal or something that touches upon breakdowns, damages of the vehicles, maintenance. This is something that happened to us as UIP Luxembourg. It was not major, but it's something that we have to keep in mind. Maybe in the section where you propose to where you propose and fines, maybe there should be a component regarding, for example, the miles that are traveled, taking into account damages and maintenance of the vehicles.
Thank you very much. This is the relevant past debate experience. You're not sure if people hear you, but just like top 5 it is the lightest possible way. UAP Belgium and UAP Serbia, and then we will be returning to Mia as
yeah, so hi everyone. First of all, thank you, Mia and the working group for the work. It's really nice to see that the working group completed its work in guidelines for the network. Now, first of all, I would like to say very clearly for those who were not here last BNC, all of your NCs voted in favor of having guidelines for vehicular safety. I think it was unanimously, and if it was not, there were maybe 3 NCs or something like that who voted against having guidelines, okay? So this is not an issue. If we should have guidelines, it should be what is in it. So when I see NCs talking about the fact, oh, we cannot enforce these guidelines, that's the whole reason of not having a policy, but guidelines is that you don't have to enforce it. It's just suggestions for you to implement, such as, for example, not drinking and driving. In some countries, for example, you can drink a glass of wine. We just suggest at the network, don't drink and drive at all. If your NC is like, yeah, we follow the national law, you can drink 1 glass of wine, you can still do that. It is just to send a signal to like other NCs, to just the network in general. That's safety, definitely when cars are involved, is very important. And that's your NCs in the capacity to judge themselves how they want to implement certain changes in their own policies at the national level. So again, please talk about maybe the more of like the substance of the proposal, which I think is very valid. What's in the guidelines is quite crucial, but the fact that we should have them or the fact that you cannot enforce them are, I think, not relevant here. As I said, most NCs voted in favor of having guidelines, last BNC. Secondly, guidelines are not to be enforced, they are suggestions. Thank you.
And as promised, we'll be going to Serbia and then return to
Yes, thank you. And of course, before I start, I would like to thank the working group. It is a lot of effort to be in a working group for anything. And it is a very, very good effort that you tried your best to make this work. However, like kind of touching upon what UAP Belgium said as well. First of all, it wasn't unanimous. And second of all, even though the vote was passed to have a working group to make some guidelines, now that we got the guidelines, we have the full right not to like them, right? And that's the first point. The second point is that these guidelines are very, very polarizing, and they're either just common sense and things we already do, or they are literally the law. There is no in between. So there are some of them which are oddly specific, and as EYP Portugal said as well, non-applicable in a general sense to all of the NCs. So I think when we have different roads, different laws, different driving cultures, not every NC drives on the same side of the road, for God's sake, we can kind of understand why something like this a good place and came from a place of really wanting people to be safe, but it ended up being just too complex without too much of a reason for it to be like that. So unfortunately, we will not be able to support this. However, we do encourage debate on this topic overall because it is important and there has been incidents of irresponsible driving. So there is definitely a discussion to be had, but having stuff like the driver must know the climate of where they are driving is something that we did find a bit too bureaucratic, I guess. And in the spirit of trying to make the BNC more efficient in the past few BNCs, I think it's something we might want to pass on, at least for now. So yes, thank you.
Okay, we should be back. Perfect. Respond to the 6 statements which were made. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll just take them in order from A to C, I was going to say. Starting up with Spain. I'm very happy that you actually appreciate I will wait. I can talk. Okay, I'll start over. First of all, to Spain, thank you very much for the support. We're happy to see that people understand that this is, as you say, flexible and only a guideline. Yes, this is listed as a policy proposal, as the BNC template does not allow for us to say implementation of guidelines as its own. Guidelines are implemented relatively uncontroversially in this network, as they are in fact not something that you need to enforce. This is also why you can use this as your pick and mix candy for the Friday evening, where you just take out the points or the elements of these guidelines that work and can be applied into your own NC. Does this mean that you have a country where there are things that you simply cannot see enforced? Don't use them. Use whatever makes sense, but use those as your rule of thumb. I'll move on to Portugal, where you say the initial proposal was to, okay, yeah. Can you give me a second? Sorry. Sorry about that. So the initial proposal about separating the UAP image and to add it later on is not something I am against. However, this was some of the parts that were worked against or voted against at the last BNC, hence why we took it out, because if we start to introduce this will no longer be guidelines, but instead will be more of an actual proposal, which is not what we want. We are as well scared of the future for our drivers. We do have young drivers, but this does not mean that we cannot write a policy saying that, or a guideline saying that people need their driver's licenses. People will need their licenses to drive, and no matter if this is stated or not, you can say if it's needed or not. But at least I can see no controversial part of saying that you will need a driver. Putting this in the NC is an option. You can also decide not to use this and put it on anyone else. Bosnia, you say that last time's work is repeated. I'm sitting with the proposal from last time. I can say that we have made it way less specific. In the last one, we had something about how you would like specific hours. We had examples of hours from day to day. You had something about the length of the event, about specifically 8 hours, and how people would need a designated driver and a second driver in the car at the same time. All these things have been removed because people found them too controversial and too difficult to implement. So in that way, they have been changed quite drastically. Luxembourg, I think, is very similar to what Portugal says, so I'll not go too much in depth of this. But again, you can say that it's another rule to follow, but I do not see the problem in making a rule of saying that you should be sober to drive, or that you should be familiar with driving in snowy conditions, for example. Jeff, I can only support what you said. You were behind the original proposal. The vote was in fact not unanimous. However, there was a strong majority in order to enforce them. So I think it was just fine to have these guidelines implemented. Everyone who has responded to the survey, and I hope all of you NCs have, as we are a network that supports each other. So I would hope that you have at least thought about implementing these, and not just starting up a new working group with the aim of not letting it pass its guidelines. And so Serbia, as the only thing I'll point out here is the other specific part, because the rest is the law. I don't think there's anything wrong in having the law, and I see no problem in you implementing it or saying yes to it if the law is there. The other specific part on temperature or climate, we have just had a few sessions in the very north recently, both Tromsø and Lapland, and there are probably more to come. Iceland have had sessions as well. And personally, I know that people we had there among the organizers who maybe had a driver's license had never driven on icy roads, for example. And here we really want to encourage people to just check up whether their people are able to drive in these conditions or not, because if they are not, they should not be applied to, and there should be a set of rules that they could refer to and saying, hey, we actually have this guideline saying that in case you're not familiar with the conditions, you should not drive. Yes, it might make the logistics of a session more difficult, but it will also at the same time make the safety and the welfare of each individual better, something that we have been focusing a lot on in the last years in Europe. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. We will be opening the round of the debate. Just let me check what's the debate structure. Okay, so basically it will be however many rounds we need within the allowed agenda. We will start the first round of the general debate by taking a point from somebody who didn't have a statement. It will be Ireland.
The working group, again, echoing Serbia's point, there's a lot of work. But I think just our problem, so many different cultures, so many different laws, that it has just unfortunately been reduced to quite a vague guideline. I think the work that is already there are, as UIP Serbia said, just quite common sense and, you know, legislation. I would love to see this being worked on within NCs, and I'd love NCs to have this as a focus within their own, but I don't think on a network wide that we can introduce this as a policy or introduce this as guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, UIP Ireland. We will be taking a direct response from UIP Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Okay. Oh, sorry, just waiting. Yeah. Basically the same thing that Ireland said about the thank you working group. But the echoing that is that we kind of always go back to the same thing. It's hard to implement everywhere. Each board knows what they need, and perhaps we should just go back to the fact that we can't implement a network-wide policy about vehicular safety because, once again, not every single board, not every single NC find that they need it. And nor can we all find something that could work for every single NC, every single culture, every single person. Thank you.
Thank you, EYP Bosnia and Herzegovina. There are two direct responses. We'll take one from EYP Germany.
Well, yes, not every NC needs it. Like, for example, EYP Germany does not need those guidelines. We're not going to have a look at them because we already have a policy in place. Those guidelines just serve for those people who are interested in it, just like to look at it and be like, okay, this is something we need to consider when making a policy, when making like something that is applicable to our NC. So this is, again, these are guidelines. You don't have to actually do it. You don't actually have to like implement this policy. This is why the policy last time was rejected, which is why we have guidelines that if you want to use them, use them. If you don't, don't.
Thank you, EYP Germany. We will take one more direct response in this chain. Please be brief. EYP Croatia.
What is the value of guidelines if they don't guide you? They're supposed to guide you. So as far as this is concerned, and this is a debate on subsidiarity of the proposal, EYP Croatia was very clear last time, is this time, but let us be reminded, it is, yes, very hard to encompass everything, and the work is commendable. I have the pleasure of knowing all three of you, very fine individuals. Thank you for your work. However, this just does not meet subsidiarity, and we talked with many other NCs as well. In Germany, basically also said it's the best to have it on the NC level. Why then not just have it on an NC level? Guidelines are supposed to guide, and if we're not being guided by the guidelines, what's the purpose of having guidelines? There isn't one. That's it.
Thank you, Croatia. We will be taking
I think something that's very important to talk about is that a lot of NCs who do not have guidelines in their own NCs is a way to like make sure that there are guidelines and that there's a way for people to have these policies, because we have seen a lot of problems during sessions where people are misusing the way that they're driving unsafely, and also basically for their own welfare. It has been very hard to be as a session driver, and it's why we want, like, EYP Sweden believes strongly that having guidelines implemented everywhere is important, because in many countries it's hard to know what's going on.
Thank you, EYP Sweden. EYP Bosnia and Herzegovina, does it directly relate to abusement and having unsafe driving practices, which was the gist of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you just mentioned the abusement and safe driving practices. Once again, if they're going to do that, they're going to be, first of all, probably arrested. Let's be honest here. You could report it to the police. It's very, very existent. And if you find any, what Ivar said, literally relating to another point, to another part of the point of your, another part of your point, is that it should be on an NC level. If you as an NC believe that you need guidelines on vehicular safety, then we should implement guidelines on vehicular safety. Same goes for every other NC, including maybe Bosnia and Herzegovina is going to need guidelines on vehicular safety one day. Make a meeting of our board, and we're going to do it for all of our sessions. But for a network-wide thing, no. I'm done. Thank you. yeah.
Well,
it mentioned everything.
Does the response we feel a point from EYP Albania and went into the debate, and then yes, we start going around other ends which are also.
I just want to make a quick note that Albania is a country in the Western Balkans. The Balkans aren't the safest country to drive, and so just to start with that. But on the one hand, some of you are saying it is too specific and unenforceable. On the other hand, you're saying it's too vague, but this can just be your starting point. And if it's not your starting point and if it's too complex for you, then this is something you can strive towards. And this is something that you can reach one day, but it's not something enforceable and binding to this day. So if it's something that your NC wants to regulate on an NC level, then that is completely fine. You can make it more strong or weaker than this guideline, but that is completely your own right. That doesn't make this guideline proposal less valuable.
Thank you, EVP Albania. EVP Croatia, does this relate to you can add or remove from these guidelines?
Yes.
You're recognized. You are recognized. Just wait for a second.
Yeah, Albania, you just kind of made a point of why you just questioned the existence. Like, if we are again to pick and choose the guidelines are not necessarily a buffet. They're not mandatory across the board at all times for everything, but they are there to help us all, quote unquote, get things done in a certain way that we want them about certain matters. That means that they should be there. And also, we really don't appreciate the reference of Western Balkans not being safe or not. That's not relevant.
Okay, that's another point that is no longer a direct response. Thank you, EVP Croatia. We will be returning to Mia.
Thank you very much. I'll start by responding to Georgia and Ireland, saying that it encompasses too many laws and different cultures of different countries. I think you missed the point that this, again, is not a policy that's set in stone, but a guideline, meaning that you can adjust this and adapt it so it fits exactly the Irish laws for your sessions, so that the next Cork session can be safe to drive in. And just to support what Bosnia said, hard to implement everywhere. It's exactly the same point as was already made, so I will not go deeper into that one. So thank you, Anastasia, for the support and for pointing out what I just said there as well, that these can be used or they cannot be used. Croatia, you said, what is the purpose of guidelines if they don't guide you? But then you continue, thing is, with these guidelines, we hope to set a focus so that at least they will be implemented. Right now, as I see from your NC's response into the survey, Croatia do not have vehicular safety guidelines. So if they are not here to guide you and if they're only to be national safe things, then why don't you have it? We hope that with this, you at least will have it soon. This goes for a lot of the NCs. In fact, I think only 5 have it. However, after submitting this proposal, I've been reached by several NCs who are here as well, who have asked me about what do you have or where can we see ideas for this, which shows me that there is a need for this and there is a wish from some NCs to implement it. Be this just 5 or 10 NCs who want it. I want to be able to support these with the guidelines. If the other 30 do not want, or 25 now, do not want to have these guidelines, so be it. That's fine. There will be no consequences from not implementing these guidelines. But have these 10 been able to get something from it? I think that would be a success. And just to jump to Albania, saying that this is a starting point, that's exactly the thing about guidelines. They can be revised, they can be adjusted, they can be changed throughout time. If people have wishes to add something for it for the next BNCs, we can add it, or for even just a summer or winter online vote to increase efficiency at BNCs. As I felt between the lines here was said that this was not important enough for this, by saying that the efficiency of the BNC meetings should be increased. I think this is important when we have both voted for a working group and there has been policies on it before. Yeah, I think I will let it be to that, because I feel most of the other points were repeating themselves and repeating what was already said in the statements. Thank you.
We will open the next round of the debate. However, we will not take any points that are dealing with the purpose of guidelines within EYP. It's very clearly outlined in the charter and in the policies what the guidelines are for and whether they are binding or not. So we will just be discussing the content of the proposed guidelines. Any points which try to talk about enforcing this or not will be cut immediately. We will start with taking
from UAP Norway side, we were against the policy proposal in the last BNC meeting, but we strongly support these guidelines. We are in fact a bit confused by this debate in general. We hear obviously the first point that has been raised several times about these being guidelines. We're also a bit confused because it's been mentioned several times that some of these are just not applicable in some countries. And I'm wondering what provisions are that? So like not drinking and driving, is it sleeping is it having a break for 6 hours within 24 hours, including the night, which should be very easy to do. I would love to hear some thoughts on what is actually not applicable in this very vague guidelines right now. And for the value of it, I think now that organizing teams across the network are becoming more and more international, it has a value that international organizers has some certain degree of knowing how they are expected to perform organizing tasks in other NCs as well. That could give some safety.
Thank you, UAP Norway. We will take a direct response by UAP Serbia.
Yeah, so just to literally reply to UAP Norway's question about what is not applicable, I think most NCs have a problem with resources. And why is that a point of order?
UAP Serbia, that is not a direct response. We feel.
It's not a direct
UAP Norway
response directly respond to a question posed by another
Okay, sure, but get to the answer to the question.
Yes, yes. The problem with that is usually the HR capabilities, the amount of people you have available, and the logistics of it. Because for some NCs, luckily, it might just be a small logistical hurdle. But for other NCs to have 2, 3, 4, 5 designated people within a few days just to drive a car for a few hours, it is definitely an ideal situation, but it's also not something that we should be ashamed of not being able to do, right? So yes, that's basically it.
Direct responses, multiple. We will take UAP Luxembourg, right? No. Sweden. Sorry, I don't see the box when you.
Yeah. So what the guidelines is suggesting is to have it in case something was to happen to the designated driver. If the driver was not able to drive due to not having enough sleep or drinking the day before, or maybe just not feeling well, that is the point of having a designated driver, and it's a way for you to manage the welfare of the people who are actually driving at the sessions.
Thank you, UAP Sweden. UAP Croatia, does it relate to having designated drivers? Does it relate to having designated drivers?
So the main issue is that there shouldn't be a person designated as a driver for 3 consecutive days, which is extremely unfeasible in smaller sessions. On a concrete example, I'm head organizing a session and I'm the sole person in the organizing team with a driver's license. So we could not implement this whatsoever. It is just not feasible to have those restrictions, and frankly, they don't make sense. It's not a problem if a person is a driver for 3 consecutive days, because most drivers in UAP events are just going to the bakery and back. You're not driving for 6 hours. That is it.
Okay, UAP Croatia, there is the response by UAP. Just let me check.
I use also to go against the argument that it's only bakeries, only stores and bookings. It's also there's a lot of transferring people, for example, who can walk, who have disabilities, like different reasons. And in most sessions I've been to, the drivers are like working nonstop. And I think this, I mean, we all established that this guideline is very much important or like needed in some form at least. But I definitely disagree with your point.
Thank you very much, Finland. Even if there were any, we will not be taking any more direct responses to this chain. We will take a point from UAP, Belgium.
Yeah, I want to come back to the point that I think EYP Croatia made about no one is driving 6 hours straight at a session. It's not true. During the IS in Kortrijk, just to give you an example on how necessary such a policy is, my board member, I'm not going to name him, but my board member was the session driver the whole time because the Orga team did not manage enough to plan driving shifts and so on. He slept 3 hours a night. He was driving the whole day, like literally the whole day. I didn't see him at all at the session, and we almost got into a car accident when traveling between cities. So it really shows how sleep, deprivation, how not planning driving shifts properly can actually impact like session participants, and that is quite problematic. What is with the guidelines is that we try to reach out to NCs. See, these are the measures you can take to prevent such situations from happening. If you feel like, okay, no, we don't need that in our NC, just ignore them. There are literally, I think, 8 guidelines on the platform, members platform. I don't think anyone has read them. Like most of you probably don't read them and don't apply them in your NCs, but still they exist for people who want to make a policy, who want to see what's available, what measures can be taken. So that's why this is still a very valuable document to have. Thank you.
Thank you, EVP Belgium. There are some direct responses. EVP Croatia, you had 3, so we will not be taking any of your direct responses. Debate. EVP Serbia.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think it's a bit unfair to use an IS as an example for logistics because it's kind of a very much of a exception, let alone the standard. Like you have 2 ISs a year, right? And you have 350 events a year besides that. I think it's more of a logistical mistake to have someone drive like that for so long and to have only one person have to drive that much, then it's a mistake of driving itself. So I think better planning is missing in these guidelines, and that's probably the biggest point here, that the guidelines never say you should plan your events as you should plan your events so that you drive the least amount of time. It's like, because we have to drive a lot because we did not plan the other way, then we have to sleep more, we have to rest more, we have to do more stuff. And if you plan your events more properly, I guess that wouldn't be an issue to have one person drive for the entire event, because that is a very big problem, but it's not the car's fault. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Serbia will take one final direct response, and EYP Austria.
I would respond by saying there is actually a point in the guidelines about planning driving shifts in the master plan, which would answer your point. And B, I could tell the exact same story that Jeff just told about mini session, regional sessions, 3-day, 2-day, 4-day, whatever kind of session. So I don't see the point of saying, oh, because it's an IF or an IS, it's not applicable. It happens with every kind of session. So yes.
Thank you, EVP Austria, and I will be returning to Mia, but just wait to turn on the speaker for you, and you are
amazing. Thank you. This time I'll start from the back with EVP Serbia direct response saying that this was never on the card, it was on the planning. I don't think any of us here doubts that in order to ensure safe driving, we need to plan safe driving. When I hand in a math homework, no matter if I have the result wrong or right, I think we all know that I need all the small things in between to tell how this goes. It doesn't make sense to implement this in a set of guidelines. So I do assume that people from reading that you should not drive more than 6 hours also understand that this means that you should not plan for more than 6 hours. Be that an example. I've just been to an IS where we had several drivers who still managed to drive hours and hours. Jeff managed to get you the idea from Kortrijk. I can tell you that from our own regionals or nationals, to take it down on a more common level where more sessions are taking place, still have had drivers. I have been driving for 8 hours a day. at such sessions because venues have simply not been next to each other, or you have needed to pick up stuff, or you have needed to drive a delegate to a doctor or whatever it could be. Like, it doesn't say that you're driving constantly, but you're on driver's duty constantly, meaning that you might be on standby or whatever. I do not know how you're going to master plan this, and that's completely up to you. But I want to give you these to look at to say, hey, maybe we should not plan it for 12 hours. Good. I will go back to the first started by Norway now, who were confused by the debate. And I can only second this because half of you think it's too vague, half of you think that is too specific. The last half, because I cannot calculate, thinks it's both too vague and too specific. And I think, again, that you're forgetting the point that this is something you can pick and mix from. I do not require you to implement all this, and I will not repeat myself once more, but I think you get the thing. Serbia, you say that most NCs have problems with resources and HR capabilities. That is very fair. We understand it. You have Denmark itself you're sitting with 2/3 of the board in your room right now, meaning that we're relatively small and do not have a lot of driving capabilities. Still, we want to implement this just to have an idea of where we could go in case session resources are lacking. Again, if you think this is not a capable thing, choose something else. Say that, hey, in this case, we're going with, I don't know, cargo bikes in case you do not find the drivers. You are free to choose whatever you want. These things have been discussed, and I am confused about the NC reps who have actually sent in their suggestions, their ideas. Yes, I'm not saying that everyone was in favor. Most were. In fact, 90% were, plus or minus. However, I do not see a 90% in favor right now. This might mean that your NC did not take the time to send in your actual thoughts on this. And in that case, I hope that for the future, at least, you would start to improve the work of the working group and ensure that these situations will not occur at BNC by actually sending in points already then, so that we could reach out, because we have had meetings with people who have showed concerns or had suggestions. We have implemented some of these suggestions, other we have not, because they have not been possible, or they would be, again, too specific for some NCs, but we would be able to have meetings beforehand so that you could be implemented even more in the process. People have had the option, and it's been promoted on more or less all platforms that there are. I think I'm through what I wanted to say, so thank you, and you can take the last round of debate.
Okay, we will have hopefully a final round of the debate. For it, we would just want to make sure that we would like to hear points that are exploring parts of the guidelines which weren't delved into more detail in the previous rounds. So not on the feasibility, not on the making a master plan with designated rest hours, like something else that wasn't already discussed in a lot of detail. And with that, we will take points from EVP Croatia, followed by EVP Bosnia and Herzegovina.
So to be very concrete, for example, we could not agree more with this phrasing. So chapter 3, page 99, for the record, third bullet point, the motor vehicle should only be used when the owner of the motor vehicle gives their permission. Sounds great. We agree. But again, if we are to guide the NCs as to how to do that, then why not illustrate and then how to do that? Why not give more illustrations? Why not portray the picture? Because how can one give permission? Should it be in writing? Should it be like this? Should it be like that? This is a concrete example of where a bit more details would have been actually helpful, because we already are talking for like 2 consecutive BNCs about vehicular safety. So there's probably not an NC board not aware of it by now. Thank you.
There is a direct response. We'll take it.
Well, actually, in the original proposal that Belgium, Austria, and Estonia proposed last time, it was specified. It was through a letter of consent, where to sign it, and so on. But you all thought it was too procedural, that it's too much of a hassle to sign a document and all of that. So it's either one of the two. Either you want more explanations, and I think the working group or the proposing entities back in the days gladly want to do it. Like, we have the proposal ready for you with all the procedures, but you said it was too procedural, and now you want, and you didn't want that. So like, it is really conflicting for either the working group or the proposing entities to know what the BNC wants. If you say at one BNC meeting one thing, and then says the contrary on the like at the next BNC, you can change your views, of course. I'm not saying that you can't, but it's just like, it's very, I mean, frustrating that we try to listen to your feedback, and definitely the working group, they did a lot of work consulting you guys, and that's, it just, yeah, I'm just a bit really confused actually about like what is actually what you want. Do you want more procedures, or do you want just like a lot of freedom? Like, it's one of the two, like you cannot have both.
As mentioned, we will not be taking any more direct responses from MVP Croatia for the sake of fairness of the debate. The rate, just let me check, because anybody who had 3 already will not have another one. Yeah, okay, UAP Serbia, is there a direct response? Okay, please. Yes, UAP Serbia recognized.
Just, I think it needs to be clarified in very good faith. I think the reason why it didn't work at the last BNC was because it was a policy proposal, but the ideas within the policy proposal were not bad. It was a fundamental problem of not being able to enforce it as a policy. But now when we have it as a guideline, even more details are even better, because you don't have to enforce those details. So if they don't fit, they don't fit. So you watered it down as if it was a proposal and then put it down as a guideline. And last time you put it very, very specific, but put it down as a proposal. So I think you have it the other way around and not the opposing NCs. Thank you.
We will take UAP Bosnia and Herzegovina.
So our point A refers to the driving shifts in the master plan. This sounds great. I mean, it sounds great on paper, but we have to take into account that most of the driving that occurs on sessions occurs randomly for emergencies, for needing to go to the bakery, what Stribor, right, said, what UAP Croatia said. So it's the randomness of the situation. Therefore, we don't see why there would be driving shifts at all, when the fundamental part of the entire driving in sessions is randomness. It's the emergencies that need and require a driver, except of course for the rare instances when a driver is necessary. But then again, there would be a driver at that time if you're going to do a transfer anyway. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, UAP Bosnia and Herzegovina. UAP Belgium, is this going to be straight to the point?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized. Also, this is your third direct response.
Yes, I'm not going to use it anymore. About the driving shift in the master plan, it's not like I'm driving from A to B. It is, I'm the designated driver for example, between 12 p.m. and 12 p.m. the next day, whatever, I don't know, or like 12 p.m. and 6 a.m. I'm designated for driver. So whenever there has to be driven, I am the driver. That's it. It's not from point A to B. That's it. So like the emergency situation, that's covered by the fact that it's a designated driver.
Thank you, UAP Belgium. We will take, I think, final point in this debate by UAP Cyprus.
I just want to come back to the point around like how detailed the guidelines should be, just because we disagree that they should be more detailed. I think if our goal is for people to be more safe at sessions, we think like agency should have their own, whether it's a guidelines, policy, or whatever it is, you should look at your own practices and do it yourself. So I think if you make something super detailed, it would just make people scared to even do it. So I think this is a good guideline for anyone to start looking at the practices, and it's not binding. So yeah.
Thank you, UAP Cyprus. So yeah, just to be aware, we have multiple formal requests to end this debate early, just so you're aware. We will be returning to the proposing entity and we will finish this today. Just let me turn on the speaker, Mia. Yep.
Thank you very much. yeah, I will just start from where I have started for the last 2 rounds of debates as well. No, I will actually not, because I will not repeat the points I just did. As we said, this is a model to follow. As Jeff also said it quite directly, people are talking against what they just said themselves. In case people had things to add, why didn't you consider either supporting with survey answers or joining a working group? I know joining a working group is a lot of work, but spending 10 minutes on filling out a form is not. At least that's what I expect that any board member would be able to do. Last time, Serbia, I should say, there was a policy proposal. This was not only because it was a policy proposal. If you read the minutes from last time, you will also see that people pointed out specific shifts were too much, that they were too in depth, that they were things that could never be like implemented into a policy because they were too specific again and again and again. Those points have been removed or adjusted. That's why it's now more vague, because we listened to what you said last time, not only Serbia, but all of those who were against it. We have taken those things into consideration, and the minutes from last BNC have been a heavy standpoint that we have been using for this entire debate. So I know it might not have worked last time, but we surely hope it will this time, as Cyprus just say that at least this can create the focus. All of you who are against this and saying that this is not possible to implement, that it's too unspecific or that it's too specific, that it's too network-wide or not too network-wide enough, are all of you who are not considering or do not have a vehicular safety point. And that's fair. You can continue like that. I just would hope that at least you would for the future have a focus on it. Some of you pointed out that in a master plan, things will never go to plan. And that's correct. Plans are there to not be planning. However, if you have a master plan saying that you have a standby driver, you have someone who can cover those needs whenever there's an emergency, whenever there's a car breaking down, whenever there's something that needs 4 wheels and a driver, then you can really go by these standard standby drivers. And I don't know if you're making the shifts 3 hours or 6 hours, or if you want more. Listen to what your national laws say, listen to what your common sense say, as some of you have also pointed out, or listen to the guidelines. I think those would be the most valuable ways of doing this. Like, I would like to imagine you all driving a car. Those of you who don't have a driver's license or don't drive, imagine sitting in the passenger seat of someone who has a driver's license, who has not slept properly for the last night, who have had a few drinks maybe 8 hours ago, but not really sure of how many it was, who has been running on low energy for the entire session, because that's what we all do. We're young volunteers, but we never take care of our own welfare. Imagine driving with that person, a bit dark, a bit slippery, and a bit tiresome, and something happens. Would you be able to actually say, hey, this was okay, we did what we could? Or would you rather have that you could say, okay, we actually had guidelines, we followed, we did what we could. Yes, an incident happened, but I had slept enough, I had not been drinking, I felt comfortable in the environment. Because if you can check those 3 boxes, your feeling of guilt will be reduced a lot. Your legal aftermath will be reduced a lot. And these are just by following what you call common sense, but have not implemented, because I have still not attended one single session where people have slept enough and drive afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. This concludes the debate on the proposed guidelines. We will move on to the vote. Just a reminder to all present here, once again, that guidelines are not of binding nature, but they are regardless part of the UAP's body of policies, or like legal documents. We're like, yeah, that's wait. So we will move to the voting. This is a guideline, so we require a relative majority to approve these guidelines, implement them. We will proceed with the vote. All those in favor, please. So, can we also have a count from somebody else, just to be doubly sure? I got 23. 24, okay, it's gonna be 20. Sorry, what? I cannot hear you. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Against. Italy, Portugal,
Croatia,
BARS, HR, and Armenia as well. Yeah. Okay. So that's. Is that 5? No, it's 6. Oh, I missed Poland. Sorry. Okay, and abstaining. Okay, so we have 25 votes in favor and 6 votes against. This has passed with relative majority. These are the guidelines that we have established as of now. And guidelines do not require GB's approval, right? We will actually have to check on this, but we assume it's probably not because it's not a binding policy. And yeah, the GP has to ask you for amended to create guidelines. So I think the guidelines are the legislative initiative is on the BNC for that one. Yeah, okay. Just to double check. So we have approved the guidelines, and we will move on to the next item of the debate, which is, yeah. Also, thanks Mia for joining us, even in this digital form, and it's always nice seeing you.
Yeah, before we move on to the so yeah, before we move on to the next topic, I'm a bit lost. Yeah, so before we move on to the next topic, I said this in the morning. So if your NC has 2 people, only 1 should be at the table. For example, it was okay. UAP Croatia, you've amended yourself. Yeah, UAP Serbia is currently a bit.
Yeah, this part really doesn't have a back row.
Okay, so okay, UAP Serbia, then you're okay. Okay, but so basically NCs that are on the left, NCs that are on the right, if you have 2 people, 1 should be sitting at the table, the other should be sitting behind you. Moving on. Agenda item number 33, update of EYP avatars. Proposing entity being EYP Ireland, spokesperson being Joshua Fitzgerald. You can find this on the pages of the meeting booklet 72 to 73. Also, you will find additional documents in the annexes.
And in the channel.
And in the channel. So the dedicated channel for this agenda item, you can find additional documents there as well. So moving on. Joshua, you have the floor.
So yeah, this is just about kind of the recent developments in avatars. I'm going to talk about this a bit more, but this is very, I want to make it very, very clear that this is not in any way like any kind of criticism or feedback on the excellent work of the IO. This is just because I think we've all seen with kind of the recent change, kind of the potential it has for our kind of representation.
doesn't actually have like a very assured stance on this. We're just want to give people a platform. So whether or not this is right, good, we're all happy to present you.
So whether or not this is everything is fine. Really a huge amount of appreciation to everyone in the IO for their work in this. They're very, very talented. We really, really appreciate them. And again, this is not in any way a criticism of their work, and we want to make it very, very clear about that. It's just about giving a platform because this is something that I know was discussed a lot. And it's also something that our members were very adamant about. As you'll see, this actually wasn't a board proposal per se, but we regularly poll our members on different issues, and for some reason they had a very, very strong opinion on this. So we had to bring it up. But yeah, we just wanted to establish the thoughts national committees had on their visual representation, because of course it's something that's very important. And if there's a desire for change, determining what is important for national committees and the visual representation, we can further support developments. But of course, if the outcome is also the status quo is good, then that's also fine. Yeah, next slide. So yeah, the action plan is to just evaluate network thoughts on the current state of affairs, discuss any forwarded solutions. Actually, we have discussed this a little bit. I know UIP Croatia informally submitted a very interesting idea of using the colors of the stars representing our kind of national flag. And then there was another one, which I believe was from Nikita, which you can see in Annex 4, where it was to have, yeah, you'll see it next. I'll go through it anyway. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, that one, the one at the bottom with the IE and just have the national code. And we also here have like an example of what it looks like on social media. And so, of course, to devil's advocates, you could say the idea of it is to create a uniform brand. But of course, you know, we are different organizations. If that's something we feel is important to emphasize within our own national committee, that is something to think about. But yeah, this is just a platform again. So next slide. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just be honest. Oh yeah, so again, this is not actually our own proposal as the board, it's just we polled them and for some reason they had a very extreme opinion. And also, I really like this as part of the template, so it's like, I might as well use it. So yeah, we had like very informal, and they just had a ridiculously strong opinion. For context, most people, we usually only get like 30, 40 people talk about BNC issues, but then everyone was like, no, what are you doing? And it's like, so yeah, we had 2 people who were like, no, current no text is good. We had 9 people saying we should revert back, and we had 41 who wanted to see some kind of national differentiation. Again, I think a big flaw of this is that, you know, we had a lot more potential people who could have responded, and most of them didn't care. But then also keep in mind, most of the members, unfortunately, don't have much opinions on BNC issues. So yeah, just keep that in mind. So that is only a national thing. I really just wanted to use the slide because I think it's really cool. And commendation to the BNC board's work on this. It's an amazing template. So yeah, next slide. Oh, yes, IO is amazing as well. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to the statement part of the debate. Before anyone speaks, the IO doesn't usually give statements, but the topic
So I have posted in the Slack channel where you can see basically it's not a statement as to really put a stance, and we do want to let you discuss, and we very much welcome this this topic of debate for you guys to exchange. what I want to do is basically just pitch in an alternative solution and what the IO and the GB believe could be a way to suggest a way forward. So basically, just to remind you that the goal that we pursue is to really harmonize the OAP visual identity, is the brand awareness outside. It's not thinking from our perspective, but from the outside, so that we do look more, we have a better and more professional appearance. This is based on our own branding best practices on the style guide, and mostly I think we have said it, that the OAP logo is not well readable. And so at this point, any text that is going to be underneath the logo does not read well. And it's also then redundant with the fact that usually the logo is read together with the name of the organization. So you do have the name of your organization next to the logo. And the suggestion that we would have, because we do believe that it's a good idea to have NC specific versions for the avatars. So the suggestion would be to simply add the country code, because the comms team were very, very competent people and way better than I am with communications. Do not think that we should add stars, that we should add colors or have different types of colors. This would become quite complex to manage. It's not in line with our style guide either. So that would be the kind of neat, fine proposal that we have for you. So this is the proposed measure that we would say, and you can still definitely have the discussion, also already feedback on that idea here, but we would propose to do a poll, possibly on the Slack, to gather feedback and see if we move on with this proposal or not. But it's from my side for now.
Thank you. Like adding MC on the statement, the time. I'm not sure there is for Luxembourg the out statement. Okay, so we will from Luxembourg and then
for UIP Luxembourg, we deeply value the proposal of making it uniform and to have a coherent media identity, but we feel that it went a bit too far, maybe making all NCs look exactly the same. And we think we as board and we as I think this was an extreme move, and we would advocate for more diversity and for more space to NCs to have a bit of room to play. An idea that we will propose is that before we change anything, or if we want to propose a different logo or whatever, we consult with the BNC. So, yeah.
Thank you. So as we discussed with the members of the EYP Greece, and especially members who are interested on marketing and communications, they told us this logo seems like something is missing, but at the same time, they would like to see a change in a logo being more like in a minimalistic design. So there is a desire also for a change, but for stability too, always in a professional context. Also, some of our alumni members, they told us before COVID, they had shared some news about a brand new big change in the logo, like a total big change. So if you can add something on this, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, firstly to Pauline and the IO. Yeah, we completely agree. The emphasis on no text as the board. And thankfully, most of our members did. I can't explain why any of them wanted the text, but yeah, we absolutely agree. I think that should be logically like where we should move forward. We also welcome the proposed one with the country codes as an option. I think it would be really nice to discuss this as a BNC and to vote on it as you suggested. Thank you so much for your understanding and your flexibility with this. We really appreciate it. EYP Luxembourg, African flexibility. We completely agree. It'd be very nice because of course our visual representation is something that is unique to each of us, and so some flexibility is always something appreciated. And EYP Greece. I guess our members agree, and that is something that is very interesting. And yeah, of course, this is like the platform to talk about major changes, and thank you for your contribution.
Round one is we'll hear about what is the current independent project for the state, otherwise important. Second round
Debate, what are the thoughts surrounding current proposal if it exists, other proposals forwarded by the delegates of the BNC, what principles should define further change, if any, is deemed necessary, and round three being a general one. So moving to debate round number one. So if you have a point that is answering this question in a way, raise your placard. So what is the current BNC sentiment around NCR cards in their current state? Differentiation, national or otherwise, is it something that is deemed important to you? Yeah, actually, Joshua, can you clarify? So with the
Sure. I don't know. You can make me better.
So when you said the current state of the avatars, did you mean like without the text?
Is something uniform, something okay with you, or do you think there should be
Okay, now we do have points. First point we will take from Switzerland, move to Slovenia, and then Czechia.
Okay, I didn't want to necessarily be in favor or against, but I just wanted to kind of point out that sometimes it's very difficult to keep track if everyone has exactly the same kind of picture.
We have a point of privilege.
Okay. Also, wait, it's a bit loud, I feel like in general, but anyway, so I didn't want to say anything against or in favor yet. However, I just wanted to point out for Instagram, because the pictures are quite small and everything, it is sometimes a bit difficult to I don't know. Basically, I just feel like it's weird that we can only differentiate the different NC accounts by their names and not have a little indication on the picture. I don't think the full lettering is the solution, to be fully honest. The little Nikita draft could be something to be explored, which is something in a direction that also makes our communication a bit more young, a bit more fresh, a bit more easy to understand. That's it. Also,
Thank you, because I'd like to add something about the Nikita point there, because when he suggested that, he also mentioned that the corporate companies and their communication strategy recently, and He added that normally for a more professional and corporate design, lots of organizations switch to that structure, meaning that we should also catch up with this, maybe catch up with this to adapt the organization into the younger generation to actually address what is going on with the communication strategy around the world. And also considering the size of the logo, also like specific Instagram logos, it is really hard to differentiate, as you just said. So that's why it is better to also connect to one umbrella to also state that we are usually cohesive organization. Thank you.
Yeah, EYP Slovenia thinks that in terms of like external recognition and brand awareness, it is very good if we do remove the text and kind of keep just like the stars, because eventually that will remind people, they'll see, you know, just the stars and it'll be like, yes, this is EYP, which is kind of what we do want to achieve. And with the proposal of, I don't know if this goes under here. Okay, I'll keep it for the next one. Never mind. That's it. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I agree with the fact that the first edit, that for removing the very little text on the logos, was a step in the right direction. However, in this current situation, now we have around, you know, I don't know how many accounts are there on Instagram, for example, but we may have 35 accounts with the very same logo, which also might be confusing to some stakeholders. So what Pauline has posted into the Slack seems like a good compromise between having just the stars and then letting the external stakeholders know that there are national adaptations of the organizations. And it is clear at the first sight, and very, I would say, predictable and readable, and yeah, that's it. So step in the right direction overall, I would say.
Please show yourself. Thank you.
So we overall agree in the sense that it was necessary to remove the lettering because moving towards the minimal style is much more preferable and just overall looks better. And on the other hand, there is a need for some sorts of national differentiation between NCs. Whether that is necessarily in the way that the IO has put it, I think that's a great beginning. Because I NC believe that that's a good way to start to look, but maybe that's not the final step towards that. Thank you.
We do concur that there needs to be differentiation, but it will be beneficial once it is visible. So when the nickname officially and visibly states the name of the national committee, and when the logo just very, very, very smallly includes the name of the national committee, in our opinion, it won't make the necessary impact for the communication or the visibility for the other stakeholders or other partners and etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your point. So I guess there might not be value in just going through every single one because I know you all had like very different stances and some of them can be grouped together, but thank you so much for all of the points. So EOFE Switzerland, we definitely agree that idea can be definitely explored. Perhaps the lettering isn't the best process, but it is, you know, just building towards something better. Nothing is ever final, so that is important to keep in mind as well. And just modernizing with EYP Turkey. And Slovenia as well, we agree. EYP Czech Republic, we actually really agree with this kind of point of there are so many national committees now, and there's so many people, groups that use this logo. We think there's kind of something we'd love to see discussed is kind of the competing interests between externals and kind of internals in EYP as well. And of course, for internals, it's can be a lot confusing and to not have that visual representation like immediate. I know, hey, this is something that pertains to my organization, something that I can more accessibly get involved in. And I think another thing that we would love to be discussed as well is kind of the and maybe to have like the IO's thoughts as well, maybe on this, but kind of the differentiation between national committees and kind of the EYP network accounts, which represents all of us as a unified entity, and to have that as like the one brand which is neutral. I don't know if that's something that's very interesting, and I would love to know your thoughts on that. And EYP Latvia, New Style is better, and if national, again, this is a work in process, and we completely agree with EYP Latvia. This is not something that needs to stop here, but something we should continue to move on with. And again, we agree with, the text is very challenging, and it's the challenge of working with a small logo. Thank you so much. And we welcome the possibility to add the country code as a small national identity identification. We really appreciate, because again, the whole writing was actually not readable, but still making it possible to identify in a second without reading the actual name, for example, on Instagram, or at least giving some kind of identity is very useful. So yeah.
Sorry, it's also a technicality because Pauline just put on the Slack of what the actual visual thing would be, and it is with the country code. So yeah, just want to clear that up.
Right?
I don't know if this is the right debate round, but I'm just gonna say anyway, you can cut me off if it's wrong. It was more about the actual visual part of the logo. Personally, not the very biggest fan of the blue, was it hemisphere thingy where the two-letter code is placed on. I was thinking maybe because the two-letter code might be very hard to read when it's very small, maybe add something like the flag or like the colors of the flag of the country itself. I don't know if it's doable, probably a lot of work, but that would be more visually like easy to spot than its letter code.
Yeah, what Eleven just said, I was thinking about it. I think Pauline mentioned that it doesn't align with the colors of the flags, doesn't align with our visual identity or the guidelines. But the country code is, I think, very fun or very cool. Basically what you just said. And that it also gives delegates, lets new members and all members know what the country code is. Because, for example, we often have that problem where members think that our country code is BIH with BIH and not BA. So that I think is also one of the benefits of having that written.
Now we will take 4 points and launch 2,000.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you to EIP Ireland for putting it forward. I think I will also collaborate on this, and just some very positive affirmation. I would say thank you for bringing this to the BNC. I know that last times it was a bit chaotic with changes to our identity, and so it's really nice to see that the feedback from the BNC is being implemented with how we change things. In terms of what we go towards into the future, EIP Greece mentioned very briefly about the new logo design, and I see that we're slowly going towards a design that actually was proposed 2 years ago, I think, by now. And I think really from EIP Belgium's point of view, we can really encourage the IO to take further steps to improve the image of the network, because the logo is quite outdated. It's not it's not that very modern looking anymore with the text underneath the logos. I think modernization can be the principle going forward. And then I would advise every NC to go back to the proposal booklets from I think 2 BNCs ago, where EIP Belgium proposed a new logo design, which was adapted on the IO's one. The vote back then was quite complicated, a lot of misunderstanding, hence why it didn't pass. But I think a lot of NCs would be in favor of such a change as well. So if you are, go to the IO, say that you like the design to further modernize the logo, and then we can take further steps to improve our image.
I actually just have a question, I think probably more towards this, because I wanted to ask, should we say adapt this new logo where you send the visual proposal? Would this be created and then sent out by the comms team? Oh, sorry. My question was, if we go with the visual proposal that was sent by Pauline in the Slack, would it be created a different, basically visuals with a different country code, and then also sent out by the comms team, or would every NC just make their own? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, just writing something while I was writing out. Anyway, so yeah, EIP Portugal, thank you. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of discussion about how the country codes might be too small and stuff like that. Our personal view is that we should trust the IO with this. They are experts, they are very, very talented people, and these kind of minor things I think can be worked out with making the country code slightly bigger and things like that. But yeah, in general, I think having an indicative view on like what's generally we think about differentiation or not is something we really would welcome. We would like to, thank you for your point, and thank you for your piece, Sweden, for emphasizing check out the Slack. Please do, because that can give you a very clear image of the different options available. Thank you to EYP NL for the proposal of the color of the flag. Again, this definitely should be something that, to be thought about, and kind of the different challenges with this, because of course there is again this competed interest between between being internal and trying to differentiate it, but also for some NCs which rely on sponsors and stuff like that from internal organizations, it can be nice to have like a very clear visual differentiation. Thank you for EOP Bosnia and Herzegovina for the point on accessibility. That's something that's really important, and also that the challenges of sometimes a two-letter abbreviation doesn't represent our countries very well. That's something that's very important. Thank you EOP Belgium, and thank you for EOP Austria, and thank you to the IO for clarifying that point as well. Thanks. Oh yeah. Oh, it's our wrapping.
Okay. Before we move on to the we are a bit short on time, meaning that we're now on the next day as well. So I will be looking at what represents the authorities and the response statement to this pre-decided when we're nearing the end of the limited time. I have considered, and I will like to add it. Yeah. So, number 3. I will say this as no point. So, we are now moving to the formal request made by BYD Ireland. To be more precise, it's a request to hold a formal vote on a couple of things. The first one, the standardized logo. The second is the international. The third one.
And the third thing that we are voting on, I mean, is further revision regarding the avatars and the logo. So the informal vote on the standardized logos. Okay, yeah.
You prefer?
Of course.